Hello everyone! How are you all doing? We are today with an early stream because I really look forward to play this wonderful game with a wonderful new chapter, better said, a new intervallo that are usually pretty small. Yeah, different stories, or better said, sometimes just connecting the canto before with the next canto, and usually a lot of interesting new informations are actually shown in that things. But first of all, I want to talk about something that happened to me actually yesterday. You all know there are different things you should check all the time, like go to your bank account, check the payments and everything, and usually I do that like quite often. I didn't do that for a longer time now, I think around 4 or 5 months. And yesterday I was looking again on my bank account and I noticed there was like a strange payment from a company that is called Arcane Nexus. And I was like, okay, what the hell is this? I don't remember buying for anything for $89. So I was like, okay, that's kind of strange. So what I did then was I checked like how often this happened, and then I checked, oh, it happened 5 months in a row. Well, that's strange. And I checked even further and I saw then, okay, so 5 months ago they sent me 5 cents, and after I checked it out, like after this payment of 5 cents, they took $89, like 4 days afterwards. And then every month, they did one payment. So I was, of course, confused there. And I checked out, was Googling around. And then I hear that this company often just goes to different bank accounts and sends their 5 cents. And every time they do this, they are just checking if a bank account is existing. And then they are just like demanding their money, like if you would have done a subscription, something like that. And of course I was trying to call my bank account, and what happened? Of course, this one day where I tried to call them, nobody's there. Like there was like, oh yeah, there's nobody in the office, so tomorrow are people there. Like it was an automatic audio that was playing to me. So what I did then, I waited for today and called again, and I was telling them those everything, and yeah, now this bank account there is like forbidden to draw in money from me. And they told me, yeah, but for later things I have to go go to the police and tell them everything. So yeah, that I can get like a letter from the police that they are looking into it, and with this I have to go back to the bank, and then I get like the payments back. But holy shit, you have to be so careful about that. Like there's so much that can go wrong, and because of this I would 100% say check the bank account more often, like once a month. Go there, check everything if this month was like completely fine, and then you can go and continue. Like that's the thing that I learned from the situation overall. Like be careful and don't trust any payments you see on the bank account. And as well, if there's like a strange company, just Google it, and then you usually find out like what's going on there. And with this you can as well prepare yourself to be not scammed from any one of the scammer companies. And I have to give it like a even bigger look now, because I heard that someone, after he was like prohibiting that they can like charge in money, that like another company was taking money from the same bank account after like a month or 2 months. So after you like stopped the first payment, there's very likely a second company that is trying to get payments done. So yeah, be very, very careful. Alright, with this small side story already explained, I want to show we have here today already this ID farmed. So what I did to get like the points, I did 3 times the mirror dungeon with the following team. Like I used her, and I used Yisang and Tonglu and Faust. And you could as well use here the ring pointers Audis. And then you get like a little bit more points overall. So if you don't have her, you could like use her. And now of course you are able to as well use my support unit, and then something like that could help as well to get more points overall. But that was very important for me that I already get like these. So if I play through the story here, we are very likely to get a lot of points. And that's the main idea behind it. But now let's go further. And the funeral. Who's going to die? Who's... What? Oh, maybe the... How are they called? The Argonauts. So let's check this out. And see if it's voiced over, but it should not be voice over. LC Mark. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gathered in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Wait, do we have... We have voice, okay. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that a similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when it came to the funeral process and etiquette, all manners of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten these instructions to carry yourself with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzing out from the page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended to a funeral before? Back when we set foot in the grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! Those speakers of a funeral held by young Heathcliff's manor. Those, though not? The one bereft of the dead? Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been property dispute being enough to involve the Ify Association, notarization otherwise. I've said this time and time again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there would no helping it, forsooth. Yet, 'tis a pity that the dead was named at their own funeral. The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the matter, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. Yeah, because she's not existing anymore. It's fine, Clockhead. At least you remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Withering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow had always been there in that manner, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton, in their minds, was now grieving brother, who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nessie! Welcome, welcome! You're here for some Limbus company. I hope the doggos are good. I hope you have wonderful snacks. And I hope you're doing perfectly fine. At the beginning of the stream, I had like a little bit talk about like a scammy company that was like taking money from my bank account. So I had actually to go to police and file in a crime for it, so that I will get later the money back from my money company. But holy shit. I didn't expect that at all. That was freaking brutal. Hello there! You are on the wrong category. Am I? Oh, thank you. I thought... Oh my god, I did the YouTube thing and I just freaking did the wrong thing. Thank you for telling me, the King. I hope you're doing very well. And welcome, welcome. So, we are right now playing Limbus Company. I'm not sure if you're... it's the first time you're getting in contact with this wonderful game. It's like one of my favorite games overall. It's a very dark game. And we are right now like in the newest chapter. It's like chapter 9.5. And it was like after a big raid where a lot of people died. And there's now a cremation here. Better said, a funeral. And the characters are like discussing this right now. So, now let's continue. The sinners seem to... Okay, we had this already. I bet it as first Funger. It's difficult. Like, I played Funger, okay? Fear and Hunger actually is such a good game. Legit. I had so much fun playing it. Okay, I didn't play the hardcore mode where I have like the the torches and that they get like out. Like that would be freaking ridiculous and I would literally suffer. But I played that one and I played every not hardcore ending. And I did the same thing for Fear and Hunger 2. But this game has a lot of different approaches. So that you can get a picture of it. What a coward. Nah. I just didn't want it to just be completely frustrated about something. And I didn't... Like, I did it for a special stream. So it was really... Yeah, it was a special. It was like a week of Fear and Hunger that I did. And the other thing, for this game, it plays in the city. The city is like a big city with 26 districts. No, was it 26 or 24? Anyways. Each district has like its own rules and there are a lot of things going on. Like one district is more musical based. Another one, there are people a lot like eating others. Thank you very much for the hydrate. But they are like cannibalizing on other people and they are just turning them into food. Then there is like another district with a big ocean. And in this game, there are sinners. Every sinner is based on one very public book. And the whole overarching story is about like Dante's Inferno. But every book that is used, for example, Metamorphosis or Moby Dick, is turned into a dystopian story. For example, Moby Dick was about an ocean that has as well like different parts and you have to follow the rules of these parts. And if you don't, then like something really gruesome will happen, that people will turn into monsters, or the sea will be attacked from an eldritch being, everyone dies there, a lot of stuff like that. So there's going a lot of shit around here, and yeah, it's that's kind of about it, like just very smallly summarized. Also, not to flex, but I finished Darkest Dungeon on Blood Moon difficulty with just 2 deaths. Darkest Dungeon is so freaking ridiculous hard. Holy shit. I suffered, and I think I still didn't play it completely through, but I didn't stream at that time, so if I at any point start to stream Darkest Dungeon, then I will suffer again. I played at the PvP mode. The PvP mode was freaking funny. Sakon, welcome. Thank you for the 85 stream streak. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very, very much. Alright. Now let's continue a little bit with the story. Or, I mean, Metamorphosis, as any of Kafka's books, was an attempt to sympathize with his father. Yeah, like, to know, like, I want to give you, like, a little bit of picture what they did with Metamorphosis here, right? So, what they had happened, there's, like, a company that fell down that was, like, experimenting with monsters, and the emotions that were created there, and the fear was turned into energy. So this was like an energy company, and they used like the fear of the people. This company went through the first game like to a big problem, and every company of this just was destroyed. And they are going there to get like a golden bow that's like a golden tree that has like special energy preparations and can do like really crazy things. And the main character there, Gregor, that is like a guy that has like a cockroach arm. He had to go through his past. Like there was a war between 2 companies, and he was like psychologically changed. He didn't want it to hurt like people there, but he was like a propaganda person, and he was like hypnotized to kill people and to stab their heart. And he didn't have himself under control. And the one that changed him was his mother. And the mother is called Hermann. And yeah, like that's a little bit about the story for him. So like the mother in this case is very likely the father person that like trapped the Kafka, like not Kafka, but the main protagonist of Metamorphosis, and it should like get a similar feeling out of it. But it's always taking it, the concept, and turning it around. It's like not one-to-one the same, but they are inspired of the books, better said. No, it's the book of Kafka. It's the book, but they are inspired of it. Like every main character has like one book. Like there's Ishmael, she is from Moby Dick. There's Autis, she's from the Odyssey. There is Gregor, he's from Metamorphosis. There's Dante from Dante's Inferno. No, not Dante's Inferno, sorry. Divine Comedy. It's Divine Comedy. Yeah. That's about it. So, and Don Quixote from Don Quixote, the guy that was fighting like windmills. So yeah. I say every single singer believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was proven fact. Heathcliff for Withering Heights. Then that's not a complete the same, because what happens to Samsa is he gets abandoned by everyone from his family. Yeah, he like very likely there are things that are getting like turned up again. Like, I think the story of him is not over right now. And in the book Metamorphosis, as far as I know, the whole family didn't want him to go out then anymore and put him in the cellar and gave him now and then food. But at some point, nobody went down anymore to the cellar, and he dies then there, I think. I think that was like the main ending of the book, if I'm not wrong. Like, I didn't read it. I was hearing about summarizes of it. But as far as I know, that was like how it ended. So, like, it's dangerously knowledge that I have here, because it's like not 100% accurate, because I didn't read it. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just checked in on each other, memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail gilded and glossed over with the glow of the bow. This Ishmael, so she is from Moby Dick, the main character. That's why she has like a harpoon as a weapon. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of the funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and Hindley guy bent on the interfering with the execution of the will. What actually happens is that he completely transformed with his memory and humanity intact, and he sees how his family moved on, and then they kill him not knowing it was him, so basically what you said. Wait, okay, I thought he was like just trapped and then like starved to death, but he turned like completely into a cockroach. Was he then like a cockroach in the size of a human? Or was he then like as well as small as a cockroach, and they killed him then? I assume that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? He was an actual cockroach, so same size. Oh man. And they, like, how did they kill a cockroach? Cockroach are known for being indestructible. No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. That one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being an everyday custom in the city. Well, with poison, and the myth that they are invincible is just that, a myth. Yeah, like, of course you can kill them, but they are, like, I think a little bit more robust than, like, some other insects. But, yeah, like, okay, they even poisoned him. Freaking unfair. But, to be honest, how would you try to show your family that you are the insect and that it's not a normal insect? It's freaking difficult. Like, I don't know, I would try to draw something or do like any signs, like, I don't know what. it's freaking, I think there's not really a solution for this. I think you're just fucked. Slightly more, sure, but not enough to get crushed by something even monkey-side. I just think about Animal Crossing right now, you know, if you just move like the different parts of furniture, and if you didn't play it for a long time, then the cockroaches run around there, and then you run against them, and if you run over them, then there's like this crack sound, and then you see like the ghosts flying into the air. Man, Animal Crossing. 10 from 10 moments. The childhood of myself. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time off just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Oh my freaking god, yeah, the sweepers. The sweepers that are just running through the night and just collecting everybody and destroying them into small little pieces. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up load of death rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being whalebus buried with bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthetic. All that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than bury them in a grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongyan, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next Resurrection Day. But what I find more fascinating than Samsa's transformation is the fact that his family learns to climb from poverty when he no longer was the breadwinner, since he was a lawyer, and they become upper middle class. Okay, wait. So, Samsa was a lawyer, and he earned the money for the family. And after he started to turn into an insect, and the family couldn't get the money from him anymore, they started to climb out of the poverty and did something with their lives, and wasn't just living on the money of him because he wasn't there anymore. So it was it's as well using people. It's a story as well about abusing people and using them for merits and not for caring for them. If I understand it right from your sentence here. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. Utter is foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed? Another mendacity. All those funds so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart, or just something said to convince himself? Yes, that's exactly what is in that book. Oh man, I see how this goes. What was the other thing? The last chapter. I just want to make a little bit skip to this game as well, but the last chapter we had here was Ryoshu, and it was chapter 9. And in chapter 9, it's somewhat about how she was grown up, and there were different parts that were counted as parents, and every single parent was doing something bad. So one of the parents was physical abuser. She was hitting her all the time. Then the other parent didn't care for her. The parent was just buying everything she wanted, but didn't give something valuable, not really the time or anything. It was always just here, have it, but there was not really an interest in the person itself. It was just look how cool I am. It was just something to value himself. Then there was the mother that was not happy about her overall, because she feels the child is a better version of herself, so she feels unvalued and was treating her with harassment. And then there was Rien, and this guy, he had how should I put it? He didn't had like any feelings really. He was showing like a loving side, but he didn't have like any emotions about it. It was all just for show, more or less. And then there was the one of the ring that was like artistic, and he just wanted to be like praised for the things he did, and he just wanted to like teach his stuff, so he has someone that values the things he does. So everyone treated her for her own like knowledge, and she had like a sword that every time she hits with it, she will forget something dear to her. So it will always prioritize the most valuable informations about her. And this is right now, right after this chapter, after those characters were all defeated. And we will find more out about Ryoshu very likely in this chapter. And that's from the book Hellfire Inspired. Those words for... Okay, I read this already. Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respect. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with the crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now? Oh. We're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his sense again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the thumped nurse father. He was given a checkup, and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. The psychological assessment turned up disastrous, to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. And what's the gameplay here? We will have to wait for a gameplay section, then I can explain it to you. But there are two different parts of it. You can see it a little bit of an RPG element, but with coins, and there's like a little bit randomness into it. So it's like kinda RPG, kinda auto battler, and yeah, that's I think the best how I can describe it. It's one gameplay aspect you don't have from any other game. It's very unique in the sense. Like it's... I think it would be similar if you would say Pokemon and World of Horror has the same gameplay mechanic. Like it's as different as World of Horror gameplay is different to Pokemon. So, difficult to explain. So you won't be leaving just yet, good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us burying Sinclair for a while? Huh? Me? Yes, you. The LCA want to look into the sign you manifested, Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation than a request for permission. What investigation? What are you? It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of researchers could be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent! For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purpose. Oh, you have no idea what had to get boss to fend off the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium. department and their hissy fits. Sinclair, that's my favorite Bioshock 2 NPC. Like, actually I have still to play Bioshock. I never really watched it, like I saw some gameplay elements of it, but I never played it, so I still have like a big game in front of me. But this Sinclair is from the book Damien, if it says something to you. Like, I heard a lot that it's very, yeah, homoerotical. And had we allowed them, they'd be kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time, our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who were filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait! I'm imperfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic any minute. What about you? You're not going with them? Oh, it's back to a long-term recovery ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time offbeats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week of a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dredging steps, the researchers seized Sinclair and the whisk carried him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do you have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. Also to keep an eye on researchers and stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Let me know later if you need anything, Dante. The sinners fanned out in different directions. They seemed to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. That's Ryoshu. The only one keeping me company now were Ryoshu, who had been filling the air around thick with cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around every corner for Vespa in a valiant request for the new Cordus Fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here, too staring blankly into the air. Is she accessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there, wondering what I should do next to pass time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you and the Sinner Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? What kind of assistance says, CA? Wait, what is CH? Chief? I don't know what the H is for. Wait a minute. Did Ryoshu just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, especially since she's usually snapped me and tell me to find someone else to interpret when the issue came up. God damn it. Okay. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplished anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstruction of which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are in need for more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was certain someone who was busy badgering LCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is those knows not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashioned in the likeness of a bowl. You there, why don't you join us too? Those speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vesper's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to enter Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance, but I have yet more words to trade with most noble Yellow Harpoon. You seek emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistants. You're to be number 2. That is assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded my exchange with the Yellow Harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray speak day's quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sin of 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that's indeed a simple task. However, this... what you know... oh fuck, I forgot what this is. Do of mine understanding as well. Please allow me to, but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's word, not Senator's shoes. They are asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simple that the irritational and inefficiency of our suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficient unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit false cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back door's location in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be ones most familiar with structure and layout of the house. After all, you were the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-pronged assault operation, and Sinner's first familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? House of Spiders right now, by the way? How you have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust? Sure. Although no word for word Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediate, no. There's no more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira, she has regained consciousness. Kira! Yes! That's nice, I like Kira. Do we have combat in the next thing? Otherwise I will explain it. We don't have combat in this. So, Da King, are you now ready? I can explain you the combat a little bit, if you're interested in it. Then I will go for it. Otherwise, we are having more story time right now. Like, it's up to you. And then I can show like a little bit more. Dum, 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 dum. And we're getting here as well some check rewards. Bum 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 bum. Dum 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 da da dum dum dum. Okay, it seems you're not here anymore, so I will just continue unless you write here anything for it, so I can like explain the combat. But then I think it will just be randomly when it happens. The place Hohenheim led us to looked less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment installed around seemed to be state of the art. The space looks well equipped, probably a direct order from upper management. Although, Technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city. A facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of the lower body in a reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are, if this counts as reasonable? A windowed room, thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was sitting on the bed, at the center of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For some recovering from B-section, she didn't look much different from how she appeared when I'd seen her through the Sinner's shared vision. The tattoos everywhere. Oh my god! She has all like the scars around it. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the progress of extraction? It hasn't yet begun actually. We are waiting until the lines of information that warrant question can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then, what you even doing here? There's work to be done, contingent upon information obtaining only from recent habitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with this upper management, I have decided to put you to use as company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super pricky glare and cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. And now, you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Monheim didn't do much as twitch an eyebrow as Kira's biting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask you for help. Put you to use, I believe, is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the terms goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, you would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation cost of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to the next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassure your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in the project income statement. Well, sufficient to say that such reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be recommendation for immediate disposal. Monheim's always had a way with words that could prick and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it right where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my uselessness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a Brazilian of your guys. So you anticipate some form of corporate level retaliation response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. Then I must tell you that unlike your typical Brexit syndicate, such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of information could be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat pros hunted under the torches of the Great Brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increase your value in the eyes of the company. Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? That are you on about? Other companies would not socialize your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogation would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless through serums, hypnotic suggestions, electric shocks, and stimulations, and of course, procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, The LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. I do hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned towards the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I will defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own, and with that Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LC had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? I was still caught up in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You're here. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he could through me too. That's why he did exactly that. To aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in the family. Ha! Family! Coming from him, a middleman, thrown out his knell. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? That's... thrown out. That fucker Matthias was a GB, only by technically great brother. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, Aaron hoped he disappeared quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising, it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same tastes? Ah, young Ryoshu, could it be that though also does harbor passionate zeal for fix? The quick clap on the hand of over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So, what exactly is your point? The point is, you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ or sink. Slice you. Oh man. Man, I still forget what sink is. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I snap your neck completely right in this instant. Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking the loyal act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked. Fixers who go out in the blaze of glory aren't actually that strong ones. It's the ones who survive, the ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass aberrations? Like sink, that's a random. Who even says that? Ryushu didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. But is that really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle story excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she bite us? Besides, no better. Hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than Yoho. Haha, yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright? Here's pushed herself up from the bed with a sore face, but at least she didn't argue back, and we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assume the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you will find your weapon on the table. You may use in the event of emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it. You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let us head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particular fishy on us. Okay, is the next one a combat? But I don't believe it. I think it's against story time. No, it's combat. Wayfarer. Bum 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 bum. Okay, I cannot deploy Gregor. He's still disabled. Okay, we will try to learn more about these new ones. So usually we want to attack with the ring Rhodia a lot, and then we want to go for him so we can test a little bit more around. Then we go for Honglu first. So we have now 3 things more to select here. Let's go for her and Heathcliff. Last one I will take this one. And then we are following up with all of them. I think that's fine. Okay, so now let's see how this goes. Only a few days had passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stench of the corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets and unfamiliar devices affixed all around the back doors. Freeze! Who might those people thither be? Is this a W Corp character? There's a W on it. Looks like some shady bastard moved in already. Our guard reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seemed instructions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Alan from the Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has, on prior occasions, been referred to as the New or Aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Our employees have taken to calling you the New L Corp, something we have in common, given that we are both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember. That company viewing to take W's place, right? The same horizon he's protesting about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I heard, is free falling at this point. And these are the managers and sinners of LCB department, our field operation units, frequently deployed to deal with one-side matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining this investigation effort. I understand. Field operations units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you've provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name is Alan, leader of Doorbridge Team 4. Likewise. Before Faust could even rely my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of the Limbus Company, and the bus team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I hear. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be the distortion resolving specialist to the public, but what's the product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also looked forward to working with you on this task. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'd be sure to consult the manager only when the both of you are available. Sure. Foss didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Ellen had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Ellen carried on with Hohenheim. He is referring to the Monolith's Sayeds project. The credits was attributed to LCB at the express of request of Mr. Hubert, T-Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We've reviewed the agreements. Now, I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I would appreciate if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where the back doors connect. As detailed as you can make them, if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look, though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in show of irritation. She still gave up a sliver of the information she had. Honestly, I got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Unk and his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up the door and the others one over there when she was popping out of the farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's gathering material. Oh, I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets. Any more details? Can you stop prying? You loud keep pissing me off. What's that literally all I've got? For real. For a moment Ellen leveled Kira with a stiff expression. And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Ellen. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard, it was the motion of the punch itself that someone felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact, the chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What else wrong with... As Kira reared from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in cold, sharp tone. Though, what manner of discourtesy is this? Ah, with all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Ellen. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint engagement without delay. My apologies. I will keep that in mind going forward. Ellen stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying. Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escape into her lashing out at Ellen. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibits a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics, presumably a form of technology utilized by the Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Scenario Shu. Give Manager Ellen what information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring's protectors. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But I, H and I, where they actually lead. It's all blurry. Seems that all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We know now that the doors likely connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress, which means that there's less chance for us encountering the space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright, then I proceed with connection verification. Which door shall we test first? We start with the one scenario you mentioned. Ah, you don't trust me at all, huh? Then why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began settling up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Are thou joining us as well, young Hungham? Just this once. There's a procedure for handing over field operations. Fab! Nanibu as well! Hello everyone! How are you doing? And thank you for lurking. If this is a lurk emote, it looks like one. No, it's a peek. It's not a lurk. Hello. Fabius Raid, thank you. How are you doing? What were you playing? And yeah, welcome for the new chapter of Limbus Company. We have wonderful things going on here, and I freaking love already how this goes. Overall, we had an interesting story there. Mildred Doris, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. I appreciate very much for the follow. Thank you. I had today, like at the beginning of the stream, like a little story to tell. It was about like a scam that happened on my bank account. I was playing New Vegas, but needed to help my sis. Oh, okay. Wait, New Vegas? What is New Vegas for a type of game? Like, I don't get right now a picture of it, like from the name alone. But yeah, what I was saying, okay, Fallout. I never played any game of Fallout. I still have to play them as well. Like, holy shit. Would you recommend it as a game? And yeah, like what I was going for was, yeah, I was scammed a little bit on my bank account. Yesterday I was looking at my bank account, and usually I did it like more consistently, but the last like 5 months I did not. And 5 months ago I got a payment of 5 cents from a dubious company, and 4 days later they just withdrew like $89 from it, like a subscription. Like they somehow managed to make like a subscription thing, like I would have done a subscription, but they did it illegally. And how they did this is they sent 5 cents to different like bank accounts, and if it goes through, so they know the bank account exists, then they will create like this, that they can like withdraw every month money. And yeah, I just noticed it, and I was demanding already like 2 of them back, and I filed like a report at the police. And if I get there the next document, I have to go manually to my bank account, and then like the other 3 things they took from me, I get back. And hopefully they can do something against this shady company. But yeah, how did they get your details? That's the funny thing. They just test around. This is like a thing right now, that they are just going for the bank accounts, and they are sending like randomly to different bank accounts 5 cents. And if it connects, like if they could send like the money, they are filing in like a subscription based thing. Like how's it called? I need to translate it. It's called direct debit. They are filing in a direct debit on this bank account name, because for a direct debit you don't need like any password or anything. You can just like file it kinda in, and then it just happens. No, with a direct debit, not. Actually not. Like, here, example. If you are going to apply for a subscription, right? That you just put in usually your bank account, and then they just take it. Like, they can just take it, or like they don't need actually a lot from this. And this is like a common scam they do there, and it's really just, you have to look for it. Very scammy. Exactly. You have to look for your bank account and look if there's like strange payments. And usually you should do it like once in a month, but like, never something like this happened for me, so I was like a little bit lazy with it, so I did it very less, or like very, very shortly only. And yesterday I was checking like my bank account, and then I saw like this payment. I was like, I didn't pay anything for $89, and I don't know this company name. What the fuck is this? And then I was googling around, and I found like multiple entries from it, like that a lot of people do have like this problem. If you guys want to check if something like this is happening on your bank account, it's the company name is called Arcane Nexus. That did this, and yeah, you can just like check if there's like any payment of this. And this company is supposed to be placed in Dublin. So yeah, very, very scammy. So just make sure to check your bank account that you're as well like not a victim of this. And if yes, that you just check it out, like, and get it sorted with the police and everything, that you get everything back. Just a small warning here for everyone that is like as well in this problem. But alright, let's continue the game. Just as once, these are the procedures for handling over the field operations. Oh wait, I just pressed space and I was still in the chat here. God damn it. Okay, let's see what's in there. What is this some kind of wildlife exhibition? The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eye, I could make out a room filled with statues or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote or our usual suspect. Holy shit, this guy is just insane. That's the well from the 8 Association, Great Lake, special issue. Speaking of scams, I've been spammed with calls by a lot of different numbers lately. Oh, I had the same problem, like a lot. The biggest thing is I didn't had changed my phone number for a long time. Like a really long time. Because I didn't want to have like to change everything and then tell everyone like, yeah, I have a new number and this, like it's so freaking annoying. And then I changed from Android to iPhone. And well, I fucked up the WhatsApp migration. Well, it is what it is. Anyways, then I had to think that... Why are the words missing? That I changed the number here, so my number is like not called anymore. And with this, there's a lot less scam calls that I get anymore. Like before it was like 4 times a week. Now it's 1 time every 4 months or something. Like it's way less than before. I'm grateful with my anti-spam settings. It blocks at least 5 calls per... Oh my god. Ah yes, losing WhatsApp data is painful to recover. Yeah, my thing is I still have now 2... Like in my old smartphone, I still have my old WhatsApp account with all the things there. And I have my other smartphone. So I have like 2 things where I can like check in. But I'm always using my new smartphone now. And most times I don't need the data from the old phone anymore. So it's kind of dying for itself. And you just notice that a lot of these things you don't need. But kinda, I am someone that like to keep track of things and to know things that I have sent. And if I need to go back in time and look at things that I wrote or anything, I can still find it. So yeah, I don't know, I like to have there a little bit more control. I changed my phone and lost all of that. Oh yeah, yeah, that's the thing. Like I had as well to send like the biggest friend where was like a lot of writing. I sent like instantly when I changed the phone number, And yeah, this now worked then well. But losing the phone data is like the worst, honestly. I really hate it. And I think everyone here can agree to it. It's so painful. And it's as well annoying to set everything up. It's as well the same thing if you get a new computer or anything, and you have already like a lot of setups for password saves or anything, and at the new phone nothing will work, or like at the new computer it doesn't work, and you have to set everything up from scratch again. It's so annoying. So yeah, that's like the worst part about it, to change stuff like that. Kira, who seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different, and the Indigo Elder solo one-shots these monsters with the harpoon of this, huh? This not the white ray, right? It's a great lake whale. Doesn't like look like the one we've encountered though. Yeah. Yeah, it looked like a little bit different. Just a little bit different. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity modified. Outskirts born. They look almost alive. They are not, right? No, they're not the. Though Robo Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Still looks crazy sick though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display of the other side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide it. That said, I feel a distinct shortage of hyperactivity given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of the second kindred of House of Tibbers. What is it doing here? Thank you for the hydrate, I appreciate Fab! Thank you very much! By the way, Fab, how is your Mahjong grind going? Do you play now and then Mahjong again? And Nani, same for you. I have to say, I have to get back onto my Mahjong grind, or like playing a little bit, because the game is actually so much fun. But sometimes you just have like not the time for it. I would like to play it. Yeah, we have to play it again, man. Like for sure. I freaking love it. My biggest problem really is that often I don't have the time for it, because if you do it like in your free time, like one round goes 20 minutes till 1 hour, and that's like freaking ridiculous. Exactly, like that is so stupid. It's such a fun game, and as well like addictive game, but as well like so time sensitive, like crazy. And if you think, the turns are usually pretty fast, like the 10 seconds. But still, the rounds go long. Like, really long. At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Where are these? They look all like so strange. Oh, there's the claw. Opposite the whales there was another kind of exhibit. It contains items leaning on more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and body parts like hands and bones that looked as though they had been stripped from a human body. I don't see it right now. Am I blind? It's a gallery of School of Fauvism, probably a main studio at that, which comes with the maestro atelier and an auction house. Ellen? We will be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hernan could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Turning towards the sound of the shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. The music! The music! Oh, I love the music. That presence, it's kinda like Peppa's. Ain't no way. That's not the raid boss. We can clearly clear at our level. We gotta get out of here. It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Ellen is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. As tension thickened, one of the strangers who were a peculiar bone mass stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house fall. Wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling falling from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Alright. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear different masks back when I used to visit as your teacher, didn't I? A wolf. A memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator ferociously yet calmly resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primal colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right. Emil Benoit. And they say you can't hatch a phoenix from the chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse fathers. Tch, don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of height and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked Ryosha was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Henheim, the lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members, an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of the Kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of the earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of lockdown sequence lies in Ellen's hands, not mine. It's by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make the suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Faust's categorical rejection. For the moment he followed Faust's eyes and saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentially is not something I dislike. As for this, however, this seems more like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Ryoshi's blade, Araikashi. I was going to try using it anyways. I've long wanted to see if a master death is any different. Telling him what we were just leaving won't work, will it? No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite fascinating specimen to artists of the ring. We are particularly windful of inspiration and material that has convenience been delivered to them. It is improbable that they will allow us to return unharmed. Faust is right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Ryosho is a bit of Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of the higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us, but even if they knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Ryoshu? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clark. Think of the woman as Lei Hang, and do as you did in AC Mansion. I take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on their equal footing, then catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from Arashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the Maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. This floor of exhibition only houses submissions from students and docents, but if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would prefer to take you without unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we were talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at us, acquiring the Arashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste. Confusion flickered across Ryoshi's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. What's the matter? How? The lock the House of Riders used to bind the Arashiki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that's unexpected. So the rules of your mastering the relic, were they false? The Maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryosho recoil, a shadow of surprise across her face. They won't look like nothing more than a light gash at the Maestro contemplative gaze shifted between blood on Ryosho's arm and her own, though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshida, what do you think its serpent-defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why it's lamentably disappointing. The Maestro advances towards us with assured certainty. Then sees the beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt more disturbing. I, for one, have particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine linked like a chain, and the jaw bound not by the bone, but by the ligaments that allow the animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should say that I admire the structural refinement. The fries-colored ring on her ring finger gave off a cold glint, and the walls of the ceiling suddenly began to echo with sickening squelch and crack of flesh bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim the delivery of promising materials with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? She also plunged her arm into the long serpent body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the Nurse Fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the locksticker still not ready? 1 minute to go, step aside. The attack from Ego Gear Hohenheim, hastily brandished, didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. As I scrambled to equip the sinners with their identities, something abruptly stopped the beast-like appendage midway through its hurting motion. And the one who intercepted the blow is... Ah, shit! Was Kira, struggling to push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira? Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit, this wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not, she couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that utter regret. The middle, huh? For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite a quantity of tattoos onto yourself. Ah, you must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know, I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it! They're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... must be an insect taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing intent, so the body chose to clash head on. So the behavior effect of Psyche can't be controlled with suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister. Quit jabbing and let me use my blades. Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now. Kira's thermal weapons emerged from the sheaths with the metallic clang. She used the recoil motions to skid back and assume defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Bennett's arm from the deadlock as well. The master lashed out again with the monster limp, but... Huh? This is our injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel, but for I shall allow the glimpse of a blade-ass form that only the most renowned fixers have displayed for ages. Seeing on the opening, Dawn slammed into an arm with her full might, knocking off it at its trajectory. Predictable, however, the sheer force of the Maestro attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will see the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone, to the door! Force retrieve the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the student of the ring surrounded Kira, bearing her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Got it, for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a decisive force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk of that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. What was I thinking, diving in like that? You don't. Just stand there. Get over here now. Sorry, had to bring something. But this guy's gonna come flooding in if I... Your TTM. Ah. Yeah. Oh no, this is like one of the less bad quotes. Like it's still working, but there are way worse. There are way worse. Want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later, you're gonna pay. Blocking the Maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself towards the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after sinners who had gone in ahead, but lockdown sequence complete. All back doors linked have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the Master could cross over. Bowl cut. Think you can still use your arm? I'm fine. So she says. Kira would be strong enough to audition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to formed that rather sizable force. Fighting them off, with just the sinners I have at my side, would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you are available right now? As soon as I call out the sinners, their voice comes through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, Executive Manager. Otis, I'm prepared to answer your call whenever you and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this bite. Everyone, to me! Now, fighting time! First fight this small intervallo. So, oh! He's using this again. He's using this more often than not. So the sinners are more in different locations. Very interesting. So what is this? Farewell Forward, student of the ring. Lurk, have fun in Limbus. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you are here again. Thank you very much. If the target does not have more color blue, Clash Power up. It inflicts sinking and bleed. As Clash Power if you don't have this. Coin power for every 6 bleed. At less than 50 or target at 5, convert all into unbreakable. Damage from the skill does not stagger the target. Like, I think that's a nice thing. For hitting, if it does not have it, sinking count goes up once per turn per enemy. On it with a skill that has this. Haste and additional. And then you get more haste if there's more blue. Oh, there's as well here. There's a beast that fall in and out of the vogue, the school of Falvism, yes. But true artists must take fierce pride in that single animal, as the underdrawing which best represent their unique self. Despite this wisdom, however, there are some who flit from beast to beast, as though the self is nothing more than a costume to be worn and discarded. Oh, so if you kill them, they have this as well. And what is this? Does this guy has like the same thing here? The first step is always spot a single animal, and with every quest for art and variety, another beast is layered atop the previous as a specimen. So the Falvism guys are just taking animals and stack them over each other. Yeah, and that's right now all the different ones. So, for everyone that's new to Limbus, how is the fight going on? Every character has coins. Let's go for a simple one, like this one. Okay? So, you have a skill 1, you have this time 3 times. You have a skill 2, that's 2 times, and you have a skill 3, that's 1 time. They are different powerful, like usually the last one is the strongest. You have as well a defense skill, and you have like these coins stacked on top of each other. So they're like, you have over 6 coins, 3 of the basic skills, 2 of the middle skill, and 1 of the strong skill. And they are like slotted into like a slope randomly. So you cannot really decide this. You can use like one ability to displace the lower coin with 1 defense skill. So you can always go for defense skills if you want to. And you can select one of them, right? So we see here, this one is struggling. Like there's like a word down here, like this where my thing goes. It says struggling. It says it as well on top of the screen. This is just like how likely it is to win against the other ability. And you want to have like good, like for example favored, that you're more likely to win against this, so you're getting like the attack out. And they are fighting against each other. Every time you lose like 1 attack coin. But yeah, it's better than later shown. We will just dodge with this character because this character seems just to die here. And then we go for these fights. So we connect them, and then we are just attacking, and we are doing like this in order. And this one is skill 1, this one is the skill 2, this one is the skill 1, this one is the skill 3, and this one is the skill 2. And then they are clashing against each other. Well, Ishmael didn't do great. And we're getting some debuffs in here. Okay. So we have here 1 dominating. Neutral is better than nothing. So I will go for this now. Like going for sanity early is like the biggest problem. Sanity is needed, so every time you attack, there's a coin through, and sanity defines how often you can like hit the beneficial outcome. So first of all, if you have 0 sanity, it's a 50-50. But you can go up to 35 sanity, and every number is just 1% more. So at 45, you're at 95% to hit like a positive coin. So that's usually what you want to do. It's funny that we have like Kira as well going on here. Kira looks like really epic now with this one here. Okay, that's neutral. I can just clash here. I think that's fine. I think it's a clashable counter, right? Yeah, it looked like it. Let's see how long it takes for my god, Mersault, for Mersault to go into his new form. These are the same enemies as before, so we can... Do I want to go for multiple strong attacks? Don't tell me this is already... Closing time already! Do I want to use closing time right now? That's like the special move of him. Then let's keep it a little bit. Because I want to use it when he has a little bit more stacks, but I'm not sure if we get more stacks. Oh, my Mersault is already in the farm. Love to hear this. Okay, she's winning. She should as well then go into her new form, right? Oh my god, she gets hit. Come on. Oh my god. There are only 4 left. So we are killing them now. So let's use closing time this time. Let's go for it. Hopefully they're not killing them all, but we will see. So we can look at closing time. Okay, this will very likely kill. Okay, it does not. That's nice. Okay, she killed 1. Is he killing? It seems like it. So there's no one left. God damn it. No closing time for us this round. I doubt we have another fight here. It's only the first door, and the impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought it was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent if we were merely beset by luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why you drag me into this if you aren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would open them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say da or something. Or just spell it out. Say it was anticipated. That's WA. Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. This, by all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. What is freaking wrong with him? Like, honestly, I look at him and I see the smile, and he seems so sus. His smile seems so fake. Legit. I don't like him. Typing away at his device, Alan addresses us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with his fist on her face. Those foes weren't able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. I think more might come. The courtiers and backdoors have always been the ring's turf clock, and those forest beasts have endured a long-standing faction with the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many backdoors, both the origin and the destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of the alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourself over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would moved on the House of Spiders so soon. They could always rush for a surprise attack though. Even that Forest Master seemed to be lack clear intel of the events that took place at House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they will need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identify the organization that has secured the House of Spiders. The possibility of additional threats beyond the backdoors and the like. Once all backdoors-related procedures tied to hospital are complete, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it a new scabbard's fault? Ryosho lifted the sheathed sword with an irritated frown, and that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That grin was faint, thus seen by all, indeed. Damn it, I saw it too. It was possessed or something. Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryosho was talking about the scabbard. Ryosho's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting towards the back doors. Could it be that, seeing the scabbard through the back, some memory of Araya? Ryosho, do you? It is an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? It is probably neither of those, nor is it a sentient sword. This presents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us a moment, Team Leader Ellen. Please feel free to go ahead. The attack just now damaged some devices, so we are going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you are away too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should be proved more than adequate. More than adequate. So we got some of the items and we are getting another story. Hohenheim brought us to what looks like a research lab, lined with cabled rows of screens and a diagram full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward-based construction by Limbus Company, following Operation Spider Pyre. It not to exist prior to the household's fall. It is intended for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example? Research subjects such as spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of sinners, 11 sign, and the manifestation of possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who had tagged along and Ada watched the shower killers some time while they took off a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long will this examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now, which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again in the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed almost felt like a child's trembling. It's moving again. Come along, Ryosho. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Ryosho and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. Time to get to Sinclair, then wait. I was making my... Oh, I hope to offer you a more proper greeting, should we ever meet. First impression matter a great deal after all. Hi, Vesper! Canto 9 Yellow Harpoon! Welcome, welcome! Nice having you here, and thank you for giving me here a look. I don't know if we see Vesper like this chapter, but I would love to see more of him because he was freaking epic. and like the fight as well. And it seems you like to, yeah, you like him as well very much because, well, you even took his name. Like, how did it came that you changed to this name, or better said, you have now his name? I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions. It's a good question, right? Like, honestly, by the way, what you see here is not my main my main avatar. I have usually as well a 3D model, but I feel like for Limbus company it seems a little bit cooler to have like a 2D model. But my first model is like a little bit inspired of Kurokuma Honglu, from the outfit, from the jacket, like the plane. Like it's kind of suit. It's kind of suit, but there I have like the inspirations from. When an unexpected, yeah. Wait, where can I can maybe show, because then you can see it. Let's do this one right now. Like I cannot show right now my model, but I can show my screen. Give me a moment. There. Like this is like the character that I use. And there's like right now one animation that was going on for this that I wanted to use as a Steam profile, but then I noticed, well, GIFs doesn't work for it. So unlucky, I would say. So back to the game. Yeah, like, and I'm so happy how this turned out. Like I have some art of this. But yeah, it's that character 100%, or better said, the outfit of it, because I really like it. Honestly, if there would be really in this color scheme outfits in real life, I would even like buy them because they look really good. Like Project Moon is so cooking with different outfits. They look always so amazing. So sad that there are like not that many clothes that are exactly looking like that. Oh my god! The timing, okay. Maybe you knew that there is Vespa, there is your named character. I wasn't even sure if he's showing up, but he is. I really appreciate it. It was Vespa Crabro, with a big piece of paper covered in the crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Sharon snacks. Mr. String Bean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Work, kick his ass. Not only is this a matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Sharon also shares some sort of responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time, or you'll put me in a tough spot. Understood. Sharon. Sharon's super sulky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day. Deploying super pass bitter candy. Beep beep mode disabled. Huh. I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my bag now? It's a little inconvenient for me. Sharon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy. Best make sure she doesn't listen to the radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Sharon peels the snack thief sign of Vespa back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate, stuffing it into his mouth. Honestly, I hope we are getting more information about Vesper and taboo hunting, because I feel from the last chapter, taboo hunting sounds so freaking interesting. And because we're going to N-Corp and he was a taboo hunter at N-Corp, like, I think this can be just amazing.
Wait a minute. I was saving that for later.
I assume you were being picky.
Well, now you know. Yet I still see you gobbling up my share. He took my snack too, Verk. Kick his ass!
Rodion Romanovich. Did we ever hear her last name? I think I never heard Romanovich. I'm aware that the half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're raiding the LC supplies as well.
Sure, that's totes being agreed upon. Okay. Besides, that's that, and this is this.
This is that, and that is this. Well, we have already a certain guy's phrase. The lines on Virtue's brow look deeper than usual today, hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack. It's a bit sad. He lost his job because Moses and Ezra locked him in the workshop. Did you read the Distortion Detective? I don't really know how he ended up in this. Like, I still have to read Distortion Detective and Leviathan fully. I know a lot of Leviathan, like when it was still drawn. I was reading a lot, and I got some kind of information about it. From Wonderlab, I was reading a lot, but it was as well like a longer time ago. But yeah, like he was taboo hunter and he had like a workshop. And how did Ezra and Moses actually locked him up in the workshop? Like, were they together stronger than Vespa? Because it doesn't look for me like that. Because Vespa got like a collar now, and Moses and Ezra don't have it. But I'm not sure about it. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headache, and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Suspicious arm-shaped throat Vespa. Wait, suspicious arm-shaped throat Vespa. Wait, that he has like a throat that is shaped as an arm? I have to look at it again now. But we will likely see him again, hopefully. Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on my sign. It's really lucky that Vespa found Gung near. Yes, the weapon is freaking ridiculous. Wait, he did? What did Moses do then? What was the taboo that Moses broke, and that he ate her arm? Like I'm now really curious about this. Man, I'm more invested in this than I have to look over. All right. But I'm so curious. Like, why did he just cut off her arm, and how did that happen? Like, so he damaged her like a lot, like Moses, because he was locked in a world for 2 weeks. Okay, he was there 2 weeks, and very likely they got him into her team because of that, like for deal. And he only had Moses' arm in a container. Oh. So, okay. He cut off the arm and it was their workshop. And because he was locked in, he would have starved otherwise. And so he ate Moses' arm. But, like, what I asked myself, what was the taboo Moses did? And how did they lock him up there? So, and how did they get him then on her team? Like, he was fired as a taboo hunter, yes. But how did he end up at their team? Was he as well like captured like Kira? I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the Sinclair can actually see the sign. Moses delivered a mail from Moses after the fight that he lost his job. He considered joining LCD. Okay. So they locked him up. He had 8 to do this, and they went then to the lockdown workshop and talked to him, like, not directly, because he would very likely kill them if they would go in, but like outside and say like, yeah, here, there's a letter, you're like fired, so you could become our fighting fan. Raiding random Limbus stream as Kyra and then leaving immediately. Hello Kira, welcome, and sorry, okay, why do I say sorry? I mean, sad that you leave, but well, thanks anyways for joining in for a short moment and writing in here. I love, by the way, I love that so many people are just getting into it to rename themselves. Like, we have here Vespa, then we have here Kira. But one time Ezra was talking about Farm's weapon and how it could kill people. Then Vespa pulled a Havanda on Ezra. But one time Ezra was talking about the Farm's weapon and how it could kill people. Yeah, like the Farms, they have like the whole shooting weapons and like the blade of Lei Heng. Then Vespa put the Havanda on Ezra. Because the spectre of farm purchase. I still don't know about his backstory of farm purchase. So, what did he do there? Like, did he from N-Corp as well went to the farm and killed their people? Or was he as well, like, sometime a member of the farm? But I don't believe it, actually, that he was a member of farm. Like, or... at least I don't expect it. Foss has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the students can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing signs, there would be a wider pool of comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. However, records indicate no suitable reference exists. At present, that research effort is limited to reducing variables, such as whether or not the irregular phenomenon are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals bearing signs, do you mean people like Damien and Sanson? Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Pull in some super powerful future self and just wreck everything? Even Sonya? I should step in and put an end to this subject before Rogia gets the blues. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Foss report back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each science carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of lights
rings Damien used to finish off Cromer, or Samson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. Aye, the doves seem plausible. So, none of that information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing had been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be unnecessary response at present.
I just remembered that I have the freaking World of Horror picture inside of the YouTube thumbnail. What the hell did I freaking do?
Gee, it was Uriah's taboo, not Moses.
Uriah. Okay, wait. Let me get the name of Uriah, because right now I don't know anything about Uriah. Uriah, and then Project Moon. Uriah. Oh man, she kind of looks like one from. Wait, I will show. She kind of looks like one from Wonderlab, kinda. Self-proclaimed Meister who specializes in crafting quality equipment at high speed. She interested in learning more about ego psychomans and joined Moses' office to help Moses investigate the nature of smoking pipe. I never saw her. Does this... Like, she is just inside of a distortion detective, right? Yeah. I think she's the keys because we don't see her anymore. I kind of want to spoiler myself, but I think she's dead then. Like, if she did a taboo, I'm pretty sure that Vespa killed her. Okay, never mind. My prediction was wrong. Okay. Never mind. Like, I'm surprised that I didn't saw her here, but then she's just a weapon creator. Basically, before she died, she put her soul into a teddy bear, which then Moses carried the teddy bear beer mostly every day. So wait. So she's alive in a teddy bear. Is that it? So I have to look if I see Moses, if she has like the teddy bear like in her outfit. I'm not really, even with Matthias fight. Like that. Okay, let me, I need to look now at Moses, the outfit. Oh, come on. Oh my god, there's this, Moses, Check Moon. There, Moses. Do we see here the teddy bear somewhere? I don't see the teddy bear here right now. So is there another distortion detective, Limbus company? I still... Nope. Or is this like there is like it sounds, this looks like a teddy bear like kinda on this card. But yeah. Do we see it here somewhere? Okay, that's a little bit small. Do we see it somewhere? Wait, let me see. Is it here on this? No. I have a question. Why are there fingers? Isn't this the hand here? Yeah. My god, there's a drawing mistake. Why is there the hand? Wait.
But yeah, I don't see there anything with this. That's a pipe. Wait, her pipe. She's in type. Oh, it's a necklace here. This one. So it's not a teddy bear, so it's a necklace. So it's her necklace here. Because the necklace looks like it. Fuck. Do I have here another picture? Moses smoking. Yeah, she doesn't have the card here. She has it just later, like here in Limbus. But I don't have a high quality picture of it. There it's not seen. That's as well not seen. God damn it. It's just a really small teddy. Yeah, okay, then it's actually the thing that I saw here. Because this looks like a really small one. Okay. Okay. Thanks for telling me. But then she lives like in the teddy bear, if I understand it right. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of this subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet, ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is, at best, grounded in supposition. But it would seem that researchers are coaxing for the hypothesis from the vestige left in the wakes of the Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign maybe being some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was the fundamental principles of the sign working may be equivalent to those singularities or relics, but as not reactionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there is presently no means by which hypothesis may be validated. I see. Nothing came out of the dragging Sinclair of that research. Oh, you say thought I was being dragged off but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean... I'm kidding. Just thought I would try going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately. For the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck those close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensation you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No. I don't know if they ever come back actually. Paul said that they only exist with my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first? A paradox, it would seem. In such a case, that Sinclair is merely one branch among many possible futures. If the futures unfurled into boundless branches by meaning of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into grains more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here you go again. More than nonsensory, only you lot understand. Oi! Memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? Then some part of him got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like muscle memory, or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? He had you kicked off proper out there. Ian pulled out that tricky you picked up from that blasted old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Mang technique quite effortlessly too. Wah! That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had 2 of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is the glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes a real tough one part of it. Well, there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be the secret finger things they pass down on their members. Techniques, gear, something like that. Look at it. That Black County leader. That lay hang prick. And the nurse feathery thought. Whole lot of them fingers, aren't they? The notation seems to unravel for even among the LCD. There's those who came up with it. And Virgilius too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it. Some popish top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinner slowly turned the gaze towards Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader too. I have a sincere understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulate among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Chin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor about things I say is you? Yes, even the techniques to manifest it. How to tips? Really. Spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. The Super Rookie column in the latest Mark bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farm with a shiny mank wrapped around the wrap. It must be the mind eye are yet to privy to seeing such marvel in video. Wait, you serious? It's the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alice, for many weeks have I been stranded from Mephi, revealing me the chance to read not only the period chronicle, but the latest one as well. Who's me? When I return, I shall feast through the night upon the noble exploits of the adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Aldous caught into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin granted users a high degree of physical enhancements. There is not such a thing reinforced without supplies. No power of the magnitude comes with an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotions and will for manifestations. Its output is not consistent like processes and augmentations, and depending on how it's used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it's exact a toll upon the mind? I can walk through the fundamentals if you like. From what I observed, it appeared to be technique reserved for those considerable strength. At our current level, it is not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it. Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research, and according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn on real Chen. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is, in essential, a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vesper Bros whispered twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgil's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He got those yellow stripes on his clothes and he used the harpoon too. Can you argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, when Sinner's Yisang pre-contract self could manage to learn it, why must the self of mine be chosen as this point of comparison? Well, 'Cause you're the wimpiest one here. Don't let it get to you. Ah. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bounded by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would been useful. Hey, then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeted with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the millionaire's father didn't use any Xing or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said it could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. Haha, it wasn't that he didn't teach you, he couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Wester's response always come back dripping with a venomous hatred when the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must know this too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she had her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked like too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes, you will be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that Grumpy decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're not more than a pending case of disposal, closer to the threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of the line, and you will be the one who pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders, she murdered scores of LCE researchers, and that left us with plenty of memories whether not revisited. For now, we are just working together, not contesting that the decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business, snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around LCE. The examination is concluded. I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Ryushu returned. Alright. The reading, man. I feel it straining my throat. Dum, da-dum, dum, 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 da-dum. To present the conclusion first, no, the notions of the sword being sentient one is incorrect. The locus of the will is not a blade, but a scabbard. An ego forged in the rather paradoxal nature. Yes, that would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? You should grumpily this missile made the scabbard quiver almost as it had taken offense. Somehow, I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tingle and a sadness, and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under questions is not one that may be defined as death at further moment. I assume they ask whatever it can be revived, or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable, and that the reconstruction of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of the theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even infinitesimal chances, but in the terminology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There's no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present manager, Dante. Such matters are reserved for us science to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a threat. Something that could lead to restoring Sinna's Ryosho memories, though again, that too is merely possible. Let me
check something? Okay.
A far more practical avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, further analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should be still in the ring Nurse Father's quarters. That will be all. When I cut himself off there, Canine clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up furious he constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go. Anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was pretty clear to me that they'd been intently listening in our conversation. Where are we ready to go? Alright, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Foss and Don, Kyoto, Yoshio and I have been checking where the back doors lead. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war executive manager. You talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too. Yeah. Best remember to treat carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm of executive manager, you will be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Kira needed an Autis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it's better if we had a few more people, just to be safe. One of the doors we went to led straight into the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Autis and Heathcliff had shut up moments, I think, speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Autis. Your recognition of my loyal honors me, executive manager. I, Autis, understand better than anyone you concern about the peril of working with a prison of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceeded with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Autis, you've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just feel over the moment you summon me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier, if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once I had found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I will follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine, just get some rest. I'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. For now, I just should go see Alan again. So we will have there very likely a fight. I don't trust Alan at all. Oh, we have like 1/3 now gone. Bum 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 bum.
이거 참 설레는구려.
Let's go.
You've arrived. I was waiting for you. We stepped through it and its isolated door, with the highest probability of leading into the ring's gallery. The next steps would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Oh? Kira? What do you mean you were gatekeeping more stuff? Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gate doors? Yep. That door over there? Pretty sure it's connected to N-Corp's nest. I saw Albina going in and all hype about some canned whatever it was. And the wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa go in there to cross out vengeances from the book, from what the book said. It's probably a turf protected by a thumb, subsidiary of something. Unlike earlier, when she offered only vague snippets and even just a single door, Kira was now feeding Ellen a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the backdoors as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that, Ellen's character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you think she can come up out of spite. I wonder if she's changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, Executive Manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Freaking, I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then. Based on the intel, please proceed investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I continue checking and let you know which one you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the device around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means we start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all looked about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say their safest one, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, reassure suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It feels familiar. You recognize the door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had Ryosho stopped speaking than fragment memory painted over in parts slipped into her mind. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should finish my homework faster. Oh, I know. Let's go for a walk. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with the door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is. Judging by the state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Ever thought walking here, dragging some animal along, means they've got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk that past Ryosho mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at the House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? I should finish my homework faster. I thought they killed the dog when it was like smaller. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know, wanna go for walkies? You love walkies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop that I always visit. The door, there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Risha's childhood memory burned right into vision before passing. But was her as a kid? Rarely I saw gentleness that seemed most unlikely the young Ryoshu. Hey Clock, who said you could show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on. You know it's not something I can control. Tss. GG. Good game. Or get good? Back in the House of Spiders. I was the only one who could see the vision of Ryoshi's past. This time though, my memory seemed to manifest for everyone around. Just like what was experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which is probably means... Why aren't you all staring at me? That's so random. What the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Dayu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that the door hound the company of old, Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might be a kind of fate that she died sooner. To inflict such a cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such a weakness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but it was this day when Zara wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Of course it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Heathcliff looked utterly convinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution. He said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was a sword. Something he called the Beastbone Blade. A tanto that would whine and yelp in Zara's voice with every swing. That sounds just awful. You, no way! I always knew there was something creepy with Robo-Unk. So that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Zaru. The tanto was alive. Did you say alive? Bloody hell, a right nutter? That psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it, like adornments. They stared at me in accusation. The tiny heart beat as though it was quaking with fear. Oh my god. Just the thought of it, like having a pet that suffers so much and it's like a weapon there, and oh my god. It's freaking disgusting. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all of that. But you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you wanna steer well clear, right? Right, those things called artworks were also cursed. Straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Albina and Terneos Feathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that. But yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes, for real. Though I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were more facets that suited my taste. Thou findest appeal in those grotesque creations? From what I've told you already about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick on his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and thus one must never expect the understanding of others. Uncanny the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Can't say it quite get it, but if you say so. Nah, but bloody hell. How do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it. But the bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Rattle. The scabbard moved and Ryosha came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors. Crying from nightmares and the house of spiders. There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day. I need to check something. We've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Ryosho back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in the sheets of clothes, lost in thought. Right in there. There should be used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but the bastard went about fussing, saying he need practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy, what's wrong? Over there. Though I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you've returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of some sort larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Yes, Yoshihide. Ayaraya has reached an age where she may introduce into the world of aesthetics. Surely this won't be a problem. It's what? You liking it, and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Let's get you back in your room. I was sucking something in my arm. It was crying. Saru, no. Too big to be Saru. The laceration memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryosho everything we knew about Araya, but it would never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void must be Araya. The sensation and emotions for what being emptied begin to entangle with Ryosho's memories, and that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya gave seemed to show how pleased she was with the small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Ellen pointed out, but unfortunately none of the places were ended up as Theodoreus' memories any further. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done, how do we get in here? Started Kiro pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind tent of sorts. Those rings are from before? Didst thou not say those has sealed the door earlier? How then do the villains come to stand before us once more? They were via an entire separate route, another back door. As you can see, the object appears to be the retrieval of the ring Nosferatu's artworks. Get on with it! We know to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait, but I thought Robok Unk was washed. He got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Does this artwork possess value in and out of itself, or is it just a case of post-fun plus premium of death effect? Think about it. Some pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are a little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them, pretty funny. But I imagine how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques, pretty unsavory. They might occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm Wayfarer and as the personal stationed here, executive manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay considering the ring's reputation. Oh, this is right. Better to wipe them off before they try to do anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The route didn't bust with Sinclair's replies this time, but it should be fine. Let's go. They are the same thing. Nothing new here. I think I can just go for these. Dun, dun. Maybe we see this time the grand finale from Hong Liu. Oh, come on, Heathcliff. You're an assistant. You should not be beaten up. At least not like this. Wait. Isn't this like a Library of Runia theme? Oh no, it's not. I thought I had like a flashback of Library of Runia. Oh come on, Alabina, you can do it. Yes, exactly. And she should soon turn into her flow state. Yep, there it is. Next turn we are getting our wonderful effect, or it seems like it at least. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, these ring outfits, they could as well be put on henna officials. Right, nope. It's actually closing time. Let's do closing time. Let's see how many people we actually get in here. Let's see. It wasn't closing time. This is closing time. You're free. I still think Callisto is extremely interesting. because of all the artworks he did, and like this turning living things into blades. Like he, as far as I know, he took his own back, like backbones, and grafted it into his own body, so he can have like a bigger weapon, and he knows how his body's used. That's why he turned his body into a weapon. Okay, that should be kinda it. So this means we should have now multiple fights coming up at us. If this at the least of the ring's infidel has been eradicated, is it all of them? Usually glancing around is searching for them, but unfortunately no other ring member were in sight. Right. Let me check something. Okay, nope. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? When just the first wave. We had more of the swords lagging in it from the back, like they were been lurking somewhere. According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance by the device installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? That precisely does the signal of another corridor refers to. The room resembling a shopping mall. The one filled with batches of toys on display. Your company. If I recall correctly, designated is as corridor of Middle Northfeller. Oh. I suppose relocate there. Your assigned tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characters of these corridors and all of their connection low-key. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, growing her nails as if she was going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it and she just locked in on the decision. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kinda fuzzy, not gonna lie, but I still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... Got nothing. I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker room as a home, and my memories of it all fragments are at best. Scabbers gave a faint, restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryosho in only way it could. And accompanied by the tremors, we began our movement towards the corridor of the middle. Okay, I will make a short break here while we are waiting, because I'm kinda hungry right now, and usually I'm not eating on stream, but right now I feel like so freaking hungry, so that I will go for this. So I will just, go there and see you guys soon.
그럼 이럴 때가 아니지. 돌아가서 마에스트로 씨에게 말해줘야 해. 이 복도 어딘가에 모든 손가락이 탐낼 만한 걸작이 있다는 걸.
Okay, I'm back and I have here some breads with curry and cheese. And I think that will be freaking delicious. Now let's go to the school.
엄중한 심사 부탁드립니다.
The heck? They swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not, I spied did half of the worldly's possessions. I had fixer figurines, video games, cartridges, and I know about my toy boxes, okay? I have many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. As Kira said, only conspicuous empty was left with the television family couch that used to be. Oh, those? Ezra hold them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up on their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'd be selling them off. Yeah. Audie seemed to be noticing something moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with faint nonchalant. Who knows? With sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming so much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I tell ya all about what I know, so come this way if you want it. These two doors made me from paper and wood. They connected to S-Corp. To S-Corp? Hmm? What is the singularity of S-Corp? And that one reinforced with steel. That one leads to V-Corp, backstreets, where Heng lived there and made frequent use of the doors herself. Kira was clearly the right person for the job to identify better each door the third company had asked us to explore that. Directed by Karen and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work, all the data seems to match. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say these are just too both inconvenient. Them portals too. It ain't do anything shady like Bob Frame's radar, is it? Yours is simply as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you outplace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard pressed to agree with the too convenient, sentimental when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority of the current W Corps, I tell you it's a compliment. They say something wrong. Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Upset, while this has been worked relatively free of casualties, thanks to the quality information you have provided, to understand that Wayfarer Company's primary service include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on the pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secure path well secure. I would say our operation cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we are also trying to prevent our rivals from taking corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I ever seen Alan enter the door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his cautious just in case. Maybe his dry smile and subtle lack of reaction to anything are hints that he simply seen too much to be phrased by horrors. Still, our work got considerably easier for this job thanks to help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I expected. But I like that we have Kira with us. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. It's the door Pepper used to walk through all the time. I followed Kira into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an odd familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. One of my clock hands. Hmm. That's cool. This one connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Welcome to UCOP's giant stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? Why does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. Is that the place in it? The port ship that has Salon de Melix, the private hair salon? If he chimped in with a shudder as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh my god. Can he use his coupons? Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quite with that delicious nonsense last. Why encourage me now when you were so carry about blessing my villain's arse back at the lake? Indeed, alas, this true is the punishment through upon your merry band have severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst you not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy the pain a smidge? Ah, budget. I ain't even got anyone to browse up for anymore. Sweet, then I can use them. We were regulars at the Matrix place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle fam for a favor, and he brings lots of coupons back home. They give away coupons every 10 visits, you see, so... what I'm even chatting about, all excited. Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came up to a abrupt pause, like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed the pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did hell care for me, so why? It's also true that these guys went out of their way to get me out of here even when they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that unaesthetic BC? That's what I thought as well. Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Risa seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look that she get after confusing us with the acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair translation became reliable enough, that Sinner had less reason to voice their frustration with Ryoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer cause to snicker about it. I'm not sure, but why? Something tells me that this might be making her acronyms ridiculous, incomprehensible on purpose. If your contractor is correct, executive manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. It must be annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit though. I know out of the conflict with Lee. Was zockst du denn da, Mann? Jam! Hi! Ich spiele gerade Limbus Company. Es ist ein Story-based Game eher, aber es ist halt eher horrific angelegt. Es ist halt so Dystopien-Feeling über diese verschiedene Stadt. Und es ist ein Gacha-Game, aber eins der besten, die es so insgesamt gibt, weil du halt alles so kriegen kannst, ohne Probleme. Und ja, die Story von dem Game ist halt extrem gut und macht ultra Spaß. Das ist like der große Positivpunkt von dem Game. Wie geht's bei dir? Ich sehe immer wieder, dass du richtig viele Leute da hast. Ich habe auch gesehen, dass du mal Trimax gecoacht hast, Alter. Was war das denn? Ich habe gehört, dass er mit sehr viel HP weggerannt ist aus Teamfights. Trifling and apocryphal. What Was ist das Wort, bitte? Ja, verrückte Timeline. Kommen da noch mehr? Also, kommen da noch mehr Coachings? Oder war es das einzige Mal und wird das nicht wieder vorkommen? Oder wie war das? Was hat er insgesamt von My Zeit danach gehalten? Ich habe keine Ahnung, wie er insgesamt das Coaching fand. So. Nein, schon oft gezockt und immer wieder. Okay, interessant. Auch Aram Clash. Warte mal, du machst mit bei Aram Clash von Trimax. By the way, was ist er für ein Rang? Weil das, was ich gesehen habe, ich würde ihn jetzt mal auf Gold oder Platin schätzen. Trifling and apocryphal they may be, yet we are all compelled to peer hindwards at the interest of the family. Erst Blatt irgendwo gerade. So sahen die Gameplays halt auf jeden Fall auch aus. Oh, danke für hier das Redeem. Ich habe viele Scuffed Redeems, though. Das Beste, was ich habe... Jam. Das Krankeste, was ich habe Streamer-Bot und ich habe richtig viele Sachen hinzugefügt. Also wenn du zum Beispiel hier Exclamation Mark Points machst, dann siehst du, wie viele Points jemand hat. Und with Exclamation Mark Help, da siehst du halt die ganzen Commands, die damit möglich sind. Und da ist halt, ja, viele Möglichkeiten, irgendwas zu machen. Und ja, du kriegst halt schon richtig viele Points mit ein bisschen Zusehen. Also das war halt einfach dafür da, dass mehr Aktionen möglich sind, auch wenn man noch nicht so viele Punkte hat. Das ist ein VIP-Only. Also wenn du mal hier siehst mit Sniff, das ist... Sekunde, wo ist das Sniff? Bin ich gerade blind? VIP-Only. Genau. Warte mal. Warum ist Fortune... Fortune ist free. Fortune sollte eigentlich gehen. Okay. Wie das geht mit Streamer-Bot. Lass mich mal kurz schauen. Scuffed. Ja, das ist für Englisch. Das ist für Englisch. Also hier, das siehst du unten links ein Streamer-Pad. Das kriegt dann die Animation. Ich bin halt meistens auf Englisch ausgelegt. Aber du bist jetzt halt gerade hier, dann kann ich das auch kurz so zeigen. Okay, warte, mach ich mal einen S-Raffle. Da kannst du einmal joinen und dann kriegst du hier auch Punkte. Und dann schaue ich hier kurz den Screen. Sekunde. Hier. Das hier ist Streamerbot. Streamerbot ist einfach eine Applikation, womit du Kommandos erstellen kannst. Und da kannst du halt verschiedene Fähigkeiten machen. Also ich habe jetzt hier zum Beispiel Commands. Du siehst, das sind zigtausend Sachen. Und da habe ich dann hier zum Beispiel hier Horror Behind. Wenn es ausgelöst wird. Jetzt hast du wieder 5000 Punkte. Hast du irgendwas Geiles mit Shell Points? Ich finde das immer viel einfacher für alle. Channel Points. Channel Points, ich habe halt mit meinen anderen VTuber-Model habe ich mehr. Was habe ich? Ich habe natürlich die Videos, also wenn du jetzt hier einen Reader sowas hier machst. Das natürlich geht. Dann hast du natürlich auch TTS hier. Ich habe sowas zum Beispiel. Where is es? Das habe ich gerade nicht. Ich hab halt Commands, dass ich sowas machen kann. Sekunde. Das ist unter Commands und dann Question Time und dann kommt eine random Frage. Also das habe ich drin. Dann habe ich noch Poll Questions zum Beispiel. Und dann kommt einfach eine random Frage, wo du pollen kannst. Sowas habe ich quasi hinzugefügt. Und ansonsten viele Sachen, die ich bei Streamerbot habe, könnte ich auch quasi für die anderen Sachen machen. Also zum Beispiel, ich kann das da zeigen. Das sollte gehen. Good Anime. Du drückst da drauf und dann kommt hier das und zusätzlich öffnet sich dann bei mir ein Textfeld, wo ich dann was dazu geschrieben hatte. Also, sowas habe ich. Und dann kann ich das wieder wegmachen. Special Scene, Anime wieder weg. Also ja, sowas. Sowas habe ich halt gemacht. Aber es kommt halt wirklich drauf an, was du machen möchtest. Aber so ziemlich alles, was du dir in den Weg setzt oder als Ziel setzt, kannst du dir eigentlich umsetzen. Wenn du Soundeffekte machen willst, wenn du einen automatischen Clip haben möchtest, wenn du ja, Textfelder haben möchtest, wenn du einen Poll haben willst. Für alles kannst du eigentlich Punkte machen und das umsetzen. Und vieles kannst du halt mit dieser Applikation hier machen. Also du kannst auch Counter setzen, dass jemand dann für dich halt einen Counter setzen kann. Oder auch, dass du dann das Pad halt padden kannst oder so. Also alles. Ziemlich alles ist da drin. Oder ich weiß nicht, ob du halt hier nicht Sea-Dog, Dog kennst. Der macht ja auch richtig viel mit so Chat-Events und Dingen, die da passieren. Ja. Also das ist das, was gerade bei mir hier so geht mit den ganzen Attacke. Also, falls du dich irgendwann mal dafür interessierst, ne, kannst du mich einfach mal anschreiben und dann kann ich mit dir mal auf Streamerbot und so durchgehen, falls du Lust hast, dich damit auszukennen. Zum Beispiel auch das mit Master Gamebot, alles was der schreibt, ist alles managed durch Streamerbot oder durch die ganzen Punkte. Ich habe auch einen Overlay, das dann immer mal wieder so, ja, hier, du kannst jetzt subscriben oder halt Quotes machst. Das ist das, was ich auch am meisten geil finde. Ich habe ein Quote-System. Das heißt, wenn du das hier machst, dann kommt halt eine random Quote. Und das ist alles gespeichert. Das heißt hier, das sind die dummsten Sachen, die ich gesagt habe drin. Legit. Also, all das ist geregelt durch Streamerbot. Also ist eine sehr geile Applikation, auf jeden Fall. Okay, so now I will change back to English, so we are continuing and I have to go to gaming screen and I have to put the monitor out. Bro, gut zu wissen. Ich bin dann auch mal weiter. Ja, hau rein. Danke, dass du reingeschaut hast. I appreciate it. Bye bye. Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he was talking about. Besides, I needed to know these things if I want to chat him up and talk about a mutual subject, so... Whew. He would tell me about all the time, Yoshida. You proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshida learned this in 2 days. Or, yo, this was Yoshida's faith, you know? Too bad I wasn't here to tell you that his words weren't worth a shite. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest, pray tell, was that auto had changed by the perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why. Just that it happened. Wait, I might know this. Was it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit. I'd never been to school. I'd never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use the doors. I even saw a baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't... Yeah, you used the sword. You forgot, Ryoshu. As Kira went on, Ryoshu's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Ryoshu didn't sound like she was denying it out of hands, though. She seemed to mean what when she said she'd never been to school and never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of the memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshida. I will register you in the institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There's a subsided of the ring. Academy. You're sure it was a school, not like an art academy or something like that? Wait, that kind of make more sense. Yeah, must be an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Ah. Ryosho muttered a few words as though she were a piece of puzzle she was assembling. Then, after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and look of my irritation. Clock, you deserve a smack. Ah. Then the light smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What? What was that for? This matter sucks, Clock. I'd been just fine without it. But at least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on Matthias. Dad, how do I get to school? School, Yoshida? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to such an institution when the nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the nest familiar educational systems. But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here. Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it's true that there is qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshida. I register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from a school. Really? I tend to send Yoshi to an academy as part of my education curriculum. There's an Academy of an Art, a subsidiary of the Ring, companionship with other talented children of approximately her age, will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshida's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I tell you that you might be making a mistake. How are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can. Hand puppet of the prescripts, by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. Why do you even know of choice, of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would be prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used scare me when I was alone, weren't so bad when I was with the other kids. Now that's not quite like it. It'd be more accurate to say that I start to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would then, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of the people bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corporist technique. Now take a good look at the diagram here, then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and I don't know why we even learn about corporate stuff in this day and age. Right, I don't get what the point of this slug is. Tying and shaping blood vessels to make color. The drop ink can do better. I read that in book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this wash-up movement even a part of curriculum? It's just boring, shallow and gore stuff. No, it's yeah, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Ah, you mad cause your daddy's lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as... I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked. Then bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reference or attachment to family like Matthias did either. Just what I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids on that age have. Kids be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must be playing a rough day, huh? You just got dust all over. Got into a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about the class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, but it's okay, cause I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? The middle never forgets. Oh no. Oh no. Matthias is going to kill kids. Oh my god. No way. That's my girl. Matthias is killing them. Matthias is killing them. I'm pretty sure. Dad, where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Oh no! I don't just sit tight and work on coloring book. Daddy'll be home for you before you know it. Okay, it's business. No, it's family business. Oh my god! He just killed them! I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snotty sods don't learn respect unless you beat them into it. If only he'd be a simple-minded fool like you. Then the story would end it right there, with a pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family? That automatically gets you written up in the book. Yeah, and he did what he did in the end. He just, oh my god, he freaking sliced through the classroom and killed. Is this the teacher? He just killed the teacher. There you are, Yoshida. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. That? I know. I said I'd be back before you know it. But I got a little bit lost trying to find my way through the Rings Bastard's tricky maze. You know how they are. Oh, yeah. And there's so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for the crames, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the instructor, wait. Did he cut off the... No, he didn't cut off all of them. As for the instructor, well, I'm lucky that they did a sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. And that case person of Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't get much use of what sits on their shoulders, eh? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he? Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Do not be discouraged, dearest Yoshida. I've eyed you yet another academy worth of your talents. It's much more significant and prestigious institute this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserk like Matthias won't dare force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna? Yoshida? I don't wanna go to an academy. I don't wanna go. I don't need friends anyway. For all his prosperous, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he more than anyone would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that looked me away from the House of Spiders made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about I don't remember what. What I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must be the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which has been swinging rightly as Ryoshi recounted her past, so began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. You should pat at the scabbard with gentle reassuring hand. The scabbard was once a Raya, a memory of without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying her crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Ryoshi's scabbard and my device. He must think back to his last conversation with Catherine. But Catherine's existence, unlike Ariel's, was erased by the golden bow itself. Harpoon implement! I am back again! Welcome back! Thank you for looking back into it. By the way, did you already play this chapter? Is the chapter completely played from you? Or are you still like watching it and learning about it? I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring's nervous seem to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. I went through it and played all of it. Oh my god. Man, I just saw right now the scene where a child was hitting Ryoshu and she told it Matthias. And I knew what just happened. And I think, like, I don't know why she's so mad about it. Okay, yeah, she has like the friends, but that's what the middle does. Like, he actually did what the middle did. That would always happen. It is the Book of Vengeance. Like, for sure. Like, it's a thing how he was raised that he did that. Like, I cannot be evil about, or like mad about this, because that's how the middle works at the morning and after school. Yeah, I just had like grinded out the Mersault and then everything for the stream, and yeah, that was then important. So the ring nurse father seemed to have been the least awful parent figure in your childhood. Well, he did a thing with the dog. Hey, yeah, I didn't know that Robert was such a radical guy. He sent you and acted like you wanted and even got angry on your behalf. Asmir gave Ryosha a bowl cut, same with Kira. Well, these are not that bad. I would say they could be like worse than that. Oh, hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callisto left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Oh man! No way. Is she now? Is this the heads of the child? Heads? Yes. Heads from the incidental at the academy, threaded together in a sculpture. Oh, they are so idiots. They are so idiots. Oh my god. Before the Kikira had a cut, I think. Thinking back, it was one sorry excuse for an art. He surely mistaken it, thought some low effort bullshit, like it would make me feel better. Could spare us the details less. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on! What's up, gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it! You! That ain't it! Look, there's blokes walking out of the salon. Oh my god, the students are back here! Faust, ain't they? They just found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Rings art movement in this different districts of the city, especially that forward scale. However, various evidence such as their mass and the fact that their group has immediately drawn the attention suggests that they are the same pack as one making regular incursions into the House of Spires. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate comment and some lockdown of sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we? Holy shit guys, stop. Bloody hell, what? Don't you know what where you are? You smack dab the middle protect her. Pause the scene. Rose and Sisters of the Middle be here in any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn Ring's unwanted attention. We certainly don't want the middle coming after us in the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played Whack-A-Mole? Like, why give you ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as the other know hiking work among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Ellen blinked, shooting a puzzled look. Quickly disintegrates. Be gone! Man, they just go in and then they're just deleting them. But are we going there now to every single room or what? So long before we finish the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emerged complications past the door, We have concluded that the location of the optimal point of intercept engaged infiltrators from the ring. This location, you say? Oh wait, that door leads to a zone on the Syndicate of the Ring's protection, doesn't it? Where do I need to fight here then? Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It was this long before foes began rushing into the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but well, I can't be helped. And I summoned the sinners back to work. Okay, and I can eat now again a little bit from my sandwich while we are just fighting here. Oh, a new one! Who are you? Okay, it's not really that much different. Let's go for one counter. Honestly, it took me so long till I understood like this combat on like a really good level. How the fuck is he already lighting up? That's strange. What did he do? Then he lighted up. Why? Oh, I'm gonna eat. Yeah, eat very, very, very important. Food is very, very delicious. Because of you? I'm so sorry! You don't know. Usually I never eat on stream. But today I had such hunger. So I had to do like a sandwich, and I made a sandwich with curry and cheese. Or like this curry is like dates curry with, yeah, some cheese on it. So pretty worth it. Okay, sounds pretty neat. Let's go here. Well, this seems now like a really good fight for us. I'll be back in a while. Oh, okay. See you then. Question is if we get a mirror dungeon here at the end. Bum 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 ba da dum da da dum da da dum 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 da da dum. Okay, so there it is. There it is. Make seeds out of their bones. That's all I ever wanted. Okay, there we go. Callisto, do your thing. Callisto Hong Lu. Can ice? He just one-shotted them. He did what he was told. Dum da da dum da da dum da da dum dum dum.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해
Miseries.
인정받은 세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠.
Okay, let's see. Let's see if they fucked up even more. Okay, and that about wraps up the middle corridor. Thanks to your folks, we managed to cut the door, cataloging your workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check each and every door through.
Made my life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to the man's excellent strategization. Next up is a thumbs corridor, but we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The Matrix expressed interest in the former intel. At that, in the thumbs corridor we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the thumb members and the order they were carrying. Whoever wrote those logs had been diligent keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of what each door and corridor leads to. Valencia's shitty scrap papers. She'd been keeping up with all that useless shit this whole time. Useless shit? Remnants of a desperate search for the thread of the cling to. You found one of her backup tickets odds. I've marked any doors that need to work at their own. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I've got some leftover work to take care of over here, so I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant to this work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Tessera back at Picard, the deeply uncurious indifferent might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on the corporate employee in the city. Understood, we will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well then, with Alan returning to where the other Wayfair company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Oh, that looks freaking epic. Hey, there's someone in more than a ring maybe. Going by silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on lady, get out of my way so I can see. This is a detective, some stubby guy, I don't know, and that annoying airy dude. Sounds like Moses, Gregor and Tong Hu respectively. The trio conversations grew clearer. Yeah, this is really the small teddy here. Closer, I approached them. Oh, you okay, fella? You bumped into your heads earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump of sides of Hongdu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at the moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now. We are right where it happened, but your arm is still stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unimaginable when the distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't see even the easiest portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage, but I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring me right in the face? My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about erased on him like this? That geezer's always really cagey about himself. Maybe now our chance to learn more about him. He's sharing such an insight about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of expiration. Between the bricking sinners and Kira, however, Auto stands in silence. With an indestructible look on her face, she's listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep up listening then. Autos was right, damn it. She was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now, let's reset the question you couldn't answer with the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using the arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies. I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades... That changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can do, even brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down unleashed a disease. You never know when its symptoms will set off. Ian Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence, his lips drawing a hard, straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that at present. There wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. We still got a good chunk of journey left, and eventually we'll have to. No matter what lurks in the past of our sinners, even if they have killed hundreds or thousands of tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? Well, eventually have to confront even darker and bleaker truth of the war. I can really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure. I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's at first I thought I could give it a hoot whether or not I still murder some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Hongdu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off the rocking good start. But for our journey, I have begun to think of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. And I realized that I'd grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet thoughts with this arm. I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest. When the Turnheim fella said I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Exception? The potential to be harmless, weaker than even a non-combat like Yi-san. It made me hope for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know what went though, don't we? Blew up the worst possible way. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that living's gotta live on. And nothing else. This really brings me back years. Your prescript is recite a certain color fixer famous line. Jan Index Messenger! Oh my god, I love the community of Project Moon. Holy shit! Everyone here on YouTube just name itself like one of the Project Moon characters. I freaking love it! Hello and welcome! Is recite a certain color fixer's famous line. This is this and that is that. You mean this? This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they are all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can't be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I've never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in the city have some warmth to them like this one does. Your priesthood is, in combat state, use at least one skill free on turn 1. Like, if I get a possibility, I will. I can do this. I can make this happen. Easy. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as your song did. What was your prescript today, Jan? Truth to be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war has gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Autis, and even Valencina. That piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes, as if they are something to be measured. When I fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps distanced you from the past. You would come to pause to spare a look towards the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slipped you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experience, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that lingers for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left in my heart let me dry. Huh? But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out from the corner you're hiding. Oh man, then you've been dropping eaves this whole time? I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words, but I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have to share this with manager but of the rest of the fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but what's she doing here? TA? I can't translate it, I'm sorry. Temporarily airline. Oh, okay. Thank you, Hongdu. No. Temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on the theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the known may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the thumb's nurse was most attached to? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious? Didn't you guys all see her? You think I just chat up that scared lady like that? Dude, she was beating the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, sad stuff about the generosity and all that thought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. Oh no! We know he would. We know. He was a good guy. And Gregor just punched him. No. Oh, that put so much suffering into Gregor as well. Oh no. Oh no. That's so terrible. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know cause you haven't seen him long without the scary lady I was looming over him. What's up? Can I stab her right in her spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong cause, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic books. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have an even single deviation if it means to repay the debt I owe to her. Why you're so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard. Are you? Bro, No! The heck are you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshida even came home. I suppose textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect the question towards you, Scenario-shu. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which of these doors the thumbed nurse father showed particular attachment to? Or the door she used the most often? Why ask me? Fine. Yes, I do remember. Don't even need clock's help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out of here. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corps fucks even drag those gross press from? Mom, are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? No, not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should be in there to see me tear the head off the G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Tsk. Here comes another mission, boy. They really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Bandages for you. Is this kid serious? They've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Well, okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Must been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stopped drinking, stopped beating me too. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the indescribable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, the ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone called the consigliere of the farms visited the House of Spider as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself in the shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentino on the winning side? A war hero at that? Ever heard of the regulation that prevents smoke war participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see, there must be things going on behind the scenes here too. But doesn't that mean that backdoors drop us in into a trench that they dug during the war? Yes, and Cracker will be the one to admit. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You're sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I don't see how this helps him in any way. We do not have any means to treat whatever slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of this sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't it so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say is no matter how closely they echo the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it's one of the basic treatment principles of M-Corp's psychotherapy centers. Fine then. Guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up the door, grabbed its handle, then paused, taking slowly deep breaths. And with one arm he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front of lines with our G-Corps banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh right, happy 50th birthday. But you can't possibly have cheek to call me cruel. You G-Cop pests were far more messed up than I ever was. Ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You were nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still. Man. Poor Greggy. So do we get here G-Cop combat or do we... Oh my god! Fixed member! He is back! Back and Blake! Hello, sir! I need to reschedule these here. Okay. Bum,
내
bum,
작품.
bum,
시험의
ba-dum,
일정이
bum, ba-dum.
소재가 좀 전시 준비는 완.
So I will take this, and there we have him.
드디어 내
검은
망설.
나를 불렀나?
Dum,
Cannibal
dum, 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 dum. Interesting to see like an office like this. This place. Hey, it's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shocked, thinking we're about to walking into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're walking in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the slightest sound of metallic clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're the bother to other people. Gregor grins a bitter mocking smile directed at himself. Well, my chief sits in the corner, so you cannot get in the corner because he's sitting there. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher ups just had a holler, "Hey, vet here," and I scuttled right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walk up to me from behind, I get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire must be about the post-war veteran special employment. Right, but I couldn't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know. Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Who's that man? Head manager. Ted? Gregor wiped around, his hands instantly leaping into to his other arm. There was an unfamiliar man in clean suit standing behind him. It really is you, Greg! And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait! Oh, you folks must be account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? I see you got a new employee card right there. Well, so... How have you been doing? I mean, same old, same old. Well enough. It's not like I've got anything else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You're always a dependable guy. It's the pay good. How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that commemorative coin. So, some kind of medal, right? Hope you got paid good money for that. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with wet hire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that here. Hey, that's all good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of exec VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know, how many years I had to hear that Gisa bragging about how the profitery from the war pulling himself up by the bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah blah blah. I'm preaching to the choir, and I. That guy, is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. Oh, and get this, remember how he used to call you special employment fella Nepo Force? A few days ago his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pocket with kickbacks when he was choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real Really? Isn't he, you know, an actual Nepo? Thought he's a president family. Yeah, man, I think it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind them, kinda like distraction from how pathetic they are now. And hey, a Backstreet kids like myself don't have glory days to look back on. Yearn for it, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. You know, it's your ever hit the rock button. You also know the only way left to go is up. You said something like that before, yeah. Yeah? Yes, it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. That's pretty unique protesters you got there. No worries, but it seemed that you were one of the way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late. Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get on the heck of scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up on a drink or something. Sure, if I get the chance. Man, that guy didn't seem that bad. He seemed actually pretty sympathetic. Holy shit. To see like a really friendly face like that in the city? That's crazy. The man who seemed like Gregor's former coworker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former coworker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to life through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to live the pain and suffering it. Both Ezra and I, we are both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want you. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Manager, but can't say I can't give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I managed, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those who suffering from the cruelty inheriting and living. Still, live on, just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, though, the gloomy grey seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the city. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be fully lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from the past. When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, a weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes. I was told by Ellen that figure that someone has to stay behind and watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... There rings again. Oh man, it's those assets again. Weird, the corridor is not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through the different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more followers pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get the ring's nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can't we? Kill them all. Okay, 1S3. That's what Jan told me. So, of course I will try to do this. Yeah, I don't see it. I see just another wolf mask. There's one S3.
Didn't he had like something for every ring ability? He has like a guy here. Like he gets like points, like charges. So that's why we're like already at the beginning charged up, because there were so many as well enemy rings, but they still belong to the ring. So the prescript has been fulfilled. Bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Oh wait! This is the Valentina theme. Because I remember I had a Valentina fight in the Mirror Dungeon Heart, and holy shit. I love to have like the fights and getting like the comebacks there. But I'm really happy that I didn't have to fight Matthias till now. Because Matthias would be just killing me. And I would really likely don't want to die here. Man, I love this soundtrack. Oh well, Limbus soundtracks are just the best. Like, it just feels like a really epic person comes in, and it's like some royalty kinda you're fighting. Like, or at least this is what I think, or like hear if I listen to it. The soundtrack. Dun, 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 dun.
신체 파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이란
Da, da, na, na. Honestly, I don't dislike as well the Iron Maiden state of Faust.
퇴장 시간이 되었다.
But like in turn 2 or turn 5, usually she goes into the flowing state. Oh, that was actually... I didn't actually saw Mersault because he had as well like this mask on. Dun 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 dun. So do they always wear the masks, or is it like changing? And do they always have like these mutations at the arms? I think yes. But doesn't this make it like really awful to eat something and do like normal stuff if you have like such a animal claw? Like you saw the Maestro before. The Maestro looked as well like, I don't know, like he doesn't have like any chance to have like normal arms. My man did actually a really good damage here. Dum, da, 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 da. Okay, we got some morning. Dun, dun. I just think if the apprentices would have been like at some point a master or a maestro, like how strong would have they been? And I'm as well kind of curious if we learn like more about Sora, but I think it's very unlikely. Oh, there he is again. Dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Okay, one kill, nice. So let's show me closing time. No, it's not closing time.
So next turn should be closing time. But I have a feeling that we don't get closing time overall.
지금처럼
Yeah.
엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을
That's why.
다니며
That's
많은
exactly
기억을
why.
쌓아줘. 언젠가 그 중에서 가장 멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 세
I'm so
가지
confused that we are not here right now.
비록 지금 제 작품이 만인의 신고
이거 참
설레는구려. Da-dum. Once we dealt with the forest who invaded the farmed Nurse Ratter's destroyed corridor, we left for the Nurse Index, and ran into few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have 2 days off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most ideal moment. Was he on the toilet? No, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times this only I was leaning over snacks, topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that blacking out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in the cake I was about to chow down doesn't make a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should check in with you guys before summoning you, but I'm still getting used to it. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know. I'm taking along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate that additional employee assignment now. If I could share any information you know about it at another corridor, I hung out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was a sport clinic, annoying little... Oh no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Right, Kurt probably doesn't remember Sora. Sora? Don't think that name rings any bell for us, Aira. Oh my god! Sora was cut down from other... Oh no. Yeah, well, Sora was an Index apprentice, so she probably lived here. Was of the Index apprentice, pray tell, wherefore is that middle? The thumb and the ring each have a... and yet elect them? Oh my god! No! No, I didn't thought about that. They were deleted from freaking Ryoshu. It would indeed be quite odd if there were 3 or 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace might be a recollection, yet I find it's like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representation of the Pinky and the Index are missing. Not to be more immersive, Blade has shredded and reduced them to an intangible formlessness. Oof. How refreshing to hear the same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seems that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, Arakishi cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I am recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a wave. Yoshu, let's say the world's made of strings of threads, Clark. With every slash this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands, the twine to compose one existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost, instead elaborating further, fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning to ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the matter. I had a vague idea how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deeds. Papa had to go through 4 ramp-up stages and remove seals to, like, he'll make full use of this road. Honestly, you need a trade-off. You're so totally power creeps, Papas. T.O.? That's plenty already. Oh, that's so true. Oh, she understands. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. I don't know where it leads, but the index guys used it all the time. Doesn't drop us in an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. That said, that's pretty unlikely. Oh, what's that for Ryoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with the sword's handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Ryoshu's scabbard. Arya suddenly jogged to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't... STS, I will... Slice your legs? Cut? I swear this isn't slender or whatever. Looks, you poked me so hard I left my arc on my arm. I don't want to read it too much into it, but the scabbard was still rattling like it was something. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. Oh. We can freaking her, Araya? He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now. It sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It wasn't her? Nope. And then it's decided. To be fair, to Sinclair, no one else but I saw a full detail of the scabbard came to me. It seemed that he could imagine in this wildest dream that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners hear that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, that lad's been long overdue to the little smack up his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Pierre directed us towards an almost destroyed normal wooden door, so featureless that it could mistake it for any other dozen of doors. We walked past the other nests. We greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. Where the fuck are we? I think it leads to a basement, and emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. And at the mass beeper rang, we walked through this door. So, who are we? The index. Signs of life. There will be people lying down here. Until just few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with the prescripts, though. At least yours don't make annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with chef's stable and non-perishable food, and the cells were all completely empty, save for looked like makeshift bathroom in each of them. It's like that dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. Among false conjecture is that captives were conditioned in body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Sounds like that guy was just crazy as the rest of them. Wait, let's take us right here, let's up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? We cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see another griefer body blocking in the door. Move, I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing your way in there? It seems pretty adamant about not letting us through. I prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me an indication as to where the doors connect to. That is right, we're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we get an idea what the door leads. If anyone's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshu's memories, alright then let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Mantra. The will of preserve is absolute. Is it though? We have now to kill the prescript, guys! The index! The paper slips. Only 4? Oh! Finally, we got some cool combat. Love when I get actual combat here.
Da, da, da. There we go. Oh, come on. You were about favored. Don't lose like this, man. Yeah, paper slips are not really that dangerous. But that should do a lot of damage. Well, it does not. I am not allowing you guys to fulfill the prescript to attack Gregor. How dare they even like thinking about attacking Gregor? Nobody attacking my Greggy. Dun, dun.
보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
So this is the one with the collar. Callisto. Struggling, but here this is unopposed, huh? Okay, let's go for this. I could go for this is better. So let's see. You should do now blue.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
I'm curious, by the way, about the fight against her, because we still didn't saw her. The docent. And I'm still very curious why the ring, like, Maestro didn't came. But then the House of Spiders is pretty small, actually. 5 areas. Then afterwards we are going to the not France, the Pinky area.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Dum da dum
삼촌들이랑 말도
dum
했었고
da dum.
그 외부 강사들.
So now we go here and kill them.
실력자들이었을 거야. 너희는 배우지. 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐.
Ah no! Because we have 5 and it's times 2, right? So it was not... It wasn't because of the enemies. It was because I use 5 ring IDs.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
I could have used as well Autis, but I really don't want to. Honestly. Autis just clashes too bad. Because she's only a 2-star. I still think they should have continued with 2-star IDs. I feel like having some weaker like characters as well, like very nice, and it would lead maybe to more IDs. But yeah, sadly, those don't make any money.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
혹은 더 대단한 기술을.
So that's why you just went for completely and utterly only 3 stars. Yeah, and it kind of feels like bad. Dum da dum. Yeah, let's... Okay, now. I was thinking about doing something stupid, but... Is this closing time? Ba-da-da-da-da.
감상은 어떤가요?
Oh my god, is she losing? No, she's not losing. Easy. But I think I have to do like solos with the 2 Fauvists to get like a better experience with them.
소재를 통달한다면
Or I do some of the... how are they called? Walpurgis Knights.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면
Having the Walpurgis Knights would as well help.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
Dun, da, 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 da. What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other representatives, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Hui star. Come on, it's not like I want to be the Hui star. Just let me do whatever I want to, while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. So, what's up the stairs? I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back in the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting. By the way, the light here, it's like he's a holy person, man. Kids raised their head skyward. I'm seeing Araya's memories. Look, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we gotta go. Another reason to check what's upstairs. Oh my god, I want to know. I'm curious. Project Moon, what did you cook up?
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은
So.
세 가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Dum, dum, dum,
지금의
dum,
작품이 많이
dum.
심금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
Holy shit, the sound.
선보이고 있는
예리한
Do we have more index fights? More index fights for us? More story or just fighting? It's just fighting. Let's just win rate. It's fine to sometimes just win rate. I think I made enough examples that I understand the game. But yeah, win rate is often just very casually. Dun, da, da, dun. The bleed amplification is not so well here. But yeah, like both IDs are really good. Like the amplification does work really well. And seems to be good. I didn't expect that the nerd spotter is literally losing to a tiny clash of a freaking paper slip. Okay, he got a lot of attacks off. Yeah, this one is dead. Dum, da, 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 da. Honestly, I think from the different fingers, I guess that Pinky is the best to be part of, and afterwards I think it's middle. Because the middle are not really killing each other. The thumb, you have to be like very high, like a high person, then you're like really good and don't have any problems. But you will be fucked otherwise. And from the index, you have these stupid prescripts. And ring, I think being a high up of the ring would be as well fine. But being like a student and having to do like all the good works, and if you're fucked this one time over, you're getting like executed, or okay, not one time but 3 times over, you're getting usually killed. I don't know. So the ring doesn't seem as fun. So pretty sure best one Pinky and then it's middle. Then I think afterwards it's the ring. Then index, and then the last one's thumb.
감상은 어떤가요?
But honestly, from thumb the outfits are kinda lit. I really like the outfits of the thumb.
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬어.
But kind of from the most fingers, the outfits are really nice. Like here, like the pointer lists are not so nice from the ring. Like I think they are freaking boring. But like the outfits of the Fauvists, pretty nice. Like not the animals though. The animals look like a little bit boring. Like not boring, but I'm not such a fan of it.
저것들 지켜주지 못해 미안하다는 말만큼 공허한 말도 없을 거야.
Is it already closing time?
결국
It is closing time,
지켜주지
yes.
못했다는 뜻이거든.
Indeed it is. Shall we play a little game? Why are they all losing, man? What's wrong with them? This won't. Okay, let's try this.
양감이 떠올랐어요.
Yeah, nice. Oh, shit.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이번 소재는 보기보다
Dun,
상은
da, 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 da.
짜감이었던 거야?
At least she lives. And now here.
나쁘지
Closing time. Installation.
퇴장 시간이 되었답니다.
Yep, nice.
그럼 안녕히.
너희에게 꽃을 달아준다면
저희 영감을
피아노가 어울리겠어.
일깨워 주시는군요.
Okay, he fucked up.
지옥새 피아노.
Kira!
할 말 아니야. 방금 건 모른 척.
Oh, and this always comes when you use this attack. Freaking Callisto. Do we get all the kills now? Like, I think we should. Oh, Kira.
브레이크 슬랩.
That was a freaking cool attack.
이걸로
어릴 땐
감싸는
몰랐어.
끝.
One more left. That poor guy.
삼촌들이랑
He didn't see it coming. It's over for him.
순간은 예술.
손가락 안에서도
거칠
내로라는
수밖에.
실력자들이었을 거야.
Actually, why is this attack so weak?
너희가 보여준 이제야 더 대단한 기술을 매번 지금처럼
Okay, do we see now what's up there?
많은 기억을 쌓아줘. 언젠가
Kind of the letdown. This looks so close to the house of Roland. Let's see. I want to look. Give me the picture that I'm looking for. Oh man, there's more. Where is it? Yeah. I want to show you guys something that I was instantly thinking about. Okay. So there, open in new no, not new window. This is not what I want. So here. Now. God damn it, what do I do? Look this. There's the couch. There's the door. There's like the pet's rabbit. There's like this one. This is pretty much the same room. There's the window. There are like the magazines.
This is maybe Roland's old room. This is actually the same room. Man. I love Roland as a character. Such a cool character, man. Really adore him. Kind of let down when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right, looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up at shore, but peeps should at least dust their home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Nah. Look, there are drawings and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite long. Yeah. Well. That was not anybody that lived there. And no, they didn't have any child. The mother died through the musician. The pianist. Could something bad have happened in here? Not in here. Yeah, something must have happened in here. That caused the family to flee, and they never got back to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggests that the open door, the single shoes just lying around. So someone fled from home for some reason, never to return? I don't know, it's kinda hard to narrow down the cause. It really could be anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Yoshu? Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every frame photo is signed beyond recognition, and whatever document there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The index notes were Rian. The last time we saw him, he fled the house via the corridor, that suffering a severe wound at Ryosha's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Ryosha again, but something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryosha would ever see him. This is... Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshu's piece together in the memory. She'd be recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responds to softly shaking the head. No, I don't. Man. Roland! But there's always a chance that we are encountering him again.
마에스트로님께서도 인정할 수밖에 없을 완벽한 걸작을. 카시아도 파우스트의 생각에 동의한다고 하네요.
Sangria? Is this the final fight?
카니발 타임.
After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridors for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Ryoshu's memories back together. Great work! Now leaves just the Pinky Nurse's corridor, but that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There were countless more in the Agent's corridor, but our guideline makes it a bit difficult to delve into every one of them right away, which means that our work here is done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Okay, glad we could work here. Dante replies they're happy to have been assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. We probably should have done the same, but want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridors. The Pinky Nursefather room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened had led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. And even though it was certain we traveled through quite a few rooms, we found ourselves back at the starting point. There's some small design difference between each room that helped tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look hard at every detail. What are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Some ghosts ghosted me after promising the Watcher fixer clips together. So, though I come visit. It's someone you have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was served by Arya Kishi. Damn, you might be right. His name was Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. Tick-tock, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense after all. His existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at the Cape Corp that you cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep, I used to perform intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing, one of them yum, meaning yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scar on area was defining, shaking from side to side, and were the effects of the night you claim. Must be pretty damn bad, huh? Tss. I'm having a hard time believing her, if you ask me. What did you usually make? Boxed lunch. Boxed lunch that kids might bring grade to school. To grade school, with sausages cut like octopus and tamagoyaki. A bit simply to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? If. Didn't you know there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry? So I want octopus sauce with tamagoyaki and... Why are we making sausages out of octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting sausages into octopus shapes? 'Cause it's adobs, that's why. Something like this. What? What's that? Sausage cuffed into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup. Come on, I didn't mean it like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, right? Isn't it all the SD once it goes down to the gullet? Why is that important? But mommy, there's nothing like a school lunch but rivalry. You're doing weird accounts again, aren't you? I mean, I don't understand. That's when you say, I don't know, ma'am. Somehow. These must be some happiest memories Ryoshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine and recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of these memories remains sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of her memories together by going over this place. Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a stop. Wait. Hang on, clock. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kieran poised to fight and the weapon. This way, manager. And Mercer realized that indicated yanked me to a back line. And the mere moments. So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures. They sent more further than the house of spiders. Stinks of a wet dog. The claws of massive paws slouched through where we had just been standing.
There she is!
Wolf mask? It really is a maestro, amused Bat said. This place already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with the directions. Is this where Maestro Callisto Art is located? The question came from a woman who appeared from one of those doors that led to different corridors. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Falvis we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make a point of speaking and act with decorum. But a subtle hint of the violence in her voice really betrayed this air of fox civility. Sure you're at the right address, lady? Robo-Unk's stuff ain't this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Ah yes, I'm aware. But I'm not here looking for his creation. Which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. And there was no doubt that her eyes were bearing down Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of Rian's sad moment before he fled to the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What does that? The Forest got to confirm a lot of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen and that Ryoshu currently has possessions of Ayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether it's complete or not, Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Yoshida, the blade co-edited by the Five Fingers Master Callisto's final posthumous masterpiece. As the docent of the Forwison, please allow me to honor the escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see a point in hanging out with people in those unaesthetic AM. As expected, declined Rufus' request with a curt reply. Araya too read it angry in the docent's general direction. and I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on your usual method of unsharing. What are your odds? I don't know. She both tougher than me at my max out stats. Really? And the shape of her ring suggests that she is a docent of the force of Fauvism. Her position is comparable to that of a cap of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle. Barely that makes her a foe of my suppressor even regardless might, or even stroke or ill future of even Lei Heng. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Heng. Our chances are H-O-H-O-N. Half or more? I like those odds. Half or more. Dude, really? Half. Outmoded has been. Why seek out the art of has been after all this time? It was a decision we made with the confusion from the outset. To entrust such a moment, project in the hands of Callisto, where everyone agrees that is no less foolish than casting a pill before swine. And they were quite on point with that assignment. His avarice recovered from the house were more tools than art. The sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. Not self-respecting master would create such mundane and call them art. Now, I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observe above this room completely changes my perspective. The Scotch Carter, the fertility, and which you scared the walls of the floor as though the frantic beast had torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such a mark behind. At least you've got a passage eye for art. Rashid, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It will be an experience that departs from dilettantiment of adopts itself corporism, a movement so constrained by the obsession of the human corpus that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions on itself. Powers is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like beasts that roams free. Dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is a man? What are things? What does it mean, wild beast? To trace the origin, how do we define which we call Lefort? These are subject matter that have led us forth into a field of fertile creativity. Should you, a reader of the relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer will be much greater worth than what we learn from a teacher like Callisto. Never consider him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I consider some of the works created by your sketcher acceptable, at least among the Rings art, or not, I can't remember. Then will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the ones I pursue. The ones you pursue? Didn't the sites you claim have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Yet may appear to be no more than an unchecked chaos at glance. But upon close observation, it reveals a fierce dominant force that threads entire scenes together with keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work too saw such multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entailed mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique artistic style. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artist's merit imbued in that scene. No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are more mediocres that fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam to despair the hand. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead, obsessing over the curiosity qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. You're ready to scabbard. Pointedless, Fauvists, Supermists, Blaurators, Cubists. I've visited my sharings galleries, had their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions, buried under symbols caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much, just like Callisto, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Access is easy, anyone can do it. What beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, it's all one by one abbreviation away. Nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere. What is this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetic go beyond pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculary, the state of perfection where further abbreviations and impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? To remove, to plain, with the distinct lack of meaningful striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We are the stubborn sort that where more words can convince. Indeed, there's no discipline more subject than that of art. This courage concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious, illusionless at the end of the day. Then I suppose I have to carve it right into your eye. Please do, though I am afraid I may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Fauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Well, well, well. Time to fight her. There. Okay. We start with the lowest of the lowest. So we can go here. We win this as well, nice. You're struggling, that's not nice. But they're your favorite. Oh, the music is again as well really nice. That's favored, that's good. Neutral, neutral. I can just slash this with that. Okay, maybe this is a little bit better. Yeah, nice. The clash was actually well. Let's see how we get this. Oh my god. You should have won! Go! The moment you actually lose. Because unlucky things happen. But force can make everything undone. If everything goes right. There we go. Nice, and a stagger. That was beautiful. Well, she's not that strong right now. Already forced turn 1? Turn 1? Favorite. Okay, like this looks already better. Ah, okay. I was like wondering why we already had like a clash going on. But of course I understand if it's this person. But you're struggling, that's not nice. Hopeless. Maybe I just go for defense. Oh, come on. Okay. I always get sad if this goes wrong for any reason. Okay, at least both characters are losing. Like, this game gets so much easier after you get your sanity up. It was just one hit, like, that's not problematic at all. Kalista should get the kill here. Nice, Kalista has one kill.
Here is actually so useful. I love it.
이 정도쯤은 임파스터.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Impasta.
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못
Allow me to
섞게
taste what is aesthetics.
그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는
Favored,
실력자들이었을
okay.
거야. 너희가 보여준
The one thing you're
대단한 기술을
not about to
매번
win.
엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
So people that failed here, everyone gets like exactly one slot. I really like this. I kind of think this is cool. Let's go for this,
So much.
because this gives a lot of characters some sanity.
하우스트
It's so rarely that I use this one, actually. Oh wait, we are getting fucked here now. Don't we?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Holy shit. The critic is real.
그 상황을 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 TBI의 멜로디가
자세에 틀림은 없고
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh shit.
임파스터.
예술적이네요.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Oh, there are new ones. I didn't expect there will be new ones.
삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락
So here it
안에서도
starts
내로라
again.
하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
So are they always coming back? So there will be always new coming.
8번의 두께. 나쁘지 않아요.
But I'm looking forward, like my ring IDs should really scale up here this turn, like the turns overall.
훌륭한 간말이네요.
Gregor! The goat! Yeah, I can put colors on you as well, my...
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh my god. Overpainting, yeah? Oh shit! Shira! You can do it!
내가 공들여 뛰면 애정.
Okay, she's no mad.
어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지.
So I have a feeling we won't win the most fights and encounters here.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을
I don't know why I have this uncanny feeling
너희가 보여준
for...
더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
I go for this. Callisto can get some attacks out here. Which one? This one is rolling the highest. Let's get this one. You're struggling right now. You're struggling as well. But I could use this and this.
좀 찍었네.
No! Rhodia!
아이씨, 짜증나게. 이번 소재는 보기보다 사납네.
Rhodia, not like this! Oh my god. We're getting fucked for nothing. At least we're getting no closing time. So we are getting the spine chilling buff.
그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
They hate on Callisto. Oh, come on. Not a good start. Okay, nice. That's really good. At least she... Never mind. It's happening again. I have a feeling here will people die. Unless I can attack with this one here. Where is it? There. You're hopeless. Hate to hear it. Okay, you're at least dominating. Alyssa should be dominating as well. You're struggling. Maybe I should go for... This is just neutral. Maybe I go for dodge. No, let's... We are more likely to get something out of this. And let's see, do we win? We are actually dominating this, so... Okay, very important. Fluid Sack's still one of the greatest things. Oh my god, he's so dead.
더 야성적인 깊이로.
So after this, we got, like, they got other characters coming in. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are not getting any bleeds out here. Hira is actually such a carrier here. Love it. Oh, it's like this, really. That's really shitty. So... But we should be able to kill a lot here, and then we have like 3. You're at least not attacking the most difficult or like problematic character. So let's go for this.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
So we're killing first people around here. Yeah, nice. The charge is now here. Love it. No! I wanted to learn more about the Rhodia here. Well, we can't have it all. When the early clashes are just going wrong, then you're just fucked. So she will die as well, like, after some rounds. So she is staggered. That's actually neat. I should use more of these attacks here. Not sure if I can do better. Like, my biggest problem is if I attack here too much, we are kind of fucked. He will die. So let's just attack her as much as I can. So she gets some bleeding stacks as well for the next turns. I feel like... Oh no. Now we've done it. Now she is in her state.
손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을
Okay.
거야.
Do I want to heal right now, everyone?
혹은 더 대단한 기술.
So, what is the coin that sounds like a little bit problematic? I could try to go for a clash here. I have a feeling that she will lose 11. We have a chance with this dodge. Question is if I want to do this here. Maybe I just sacrifice him. I did a mistake. First left to right. Left to right is the rule. Nobody's attacking him. Okay. Okay, so you're losing. I could use this attack, but let's just use the defense because this doesn't matter. There are 3 attacks that want to attack her. So I try to dodge this. And now we have here the important characters. Okay, let's go.
나가서 싸워. 뒤는 내가 봐주지.
Oh my god, if Fluid Sack would have lost here.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Okay, we got some bleeding. But because he was attacking one of us, he gets more attacks overall. And get some colors. Oh, everyone has so much sinking. If she gets slashes in, we are getting like dropped down with our sanity. Okay, Kira is goaded. He's dead. Sad he sung, but that's how it goes. And now there are the red attacks. You can attack exactly 2 times, okay.
보이지도 잡히지도 않게
So which one? Oh,
그 사슬로
now we're getting to have a lot of fun.
식은 사라지지 않을
Like I, oh, what's going on here? You're not winning against anything here. So let's go for this. You're winning kinda against everything. For every type on the main target. How much negative effects does he have? 2? 3. So what about her? She should not really have any debuffs right now, but she does as well not have any buffs. So, what's with her? Okay, she's dodging, but no, she's dominating actually. Okay, let's see. Nice. No alones for any mistakes.
더 야성적인 깊이로
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Callisto, you can do it! Ow. Was this not high winning? That will hurt. Yeah, she was losing. We have to go blood feed mode, pretty sure. Oh shit.
대만찬에 집중해.
Did someone die? Oh, she's about to die. Actually, Kira's always doing like really good things. With Pet, of course, this word. What is this? The main target. Who's the one with the least debuffs? You have 3? You have as well too much. It's hopeless. Aaron can clash with it, but Aaron seems really bad with it. That's not enough, right? What could clash with it? I think I don't have right now any, like this one maybe. No, as well not. I think I don't have any character right now with a clashing winning ability here. Mistery not. This one maybe. Okay, very important. And he's cleansing even some of his debuffs. That's what it does. I think that was very important. Actually, she did so much damage. And I feel like I don't get right now any strong benefits anymore. Neutral. It goes to favorites. Favorites. Yeah, she is like done. She is kinda as well though, man. Hopeless. The first attacks are always hopeless, man. Favored, favored. Let's do this. We're getting at least some blood feast for Dawn. Okay, nice. 2 attacks, blood level up. Okay, nice. The wolf is going for the kill. He should not be staggered. And there we have it. The broken ability. But actually it's right now not so much. For groups it's way better. But I needed something, like anything. There we go. Oh my god. Dodge it! Kira! She gets it now, right? Kira the MVP. What a freaking fight. Actually, she did so much. Kira really precious.
약지에 감긴 세 바퀴의 반지는 마에스트로가 되기 위해 인정받은 3가지 작품을 뜻하죠. 비록
Oh, this looks like we're then at the bus again.
만인의 신금을 울리지는 못하더라도 여전히 반지에 부끄럽지 않은 작품을
Let's go for 2.
것 같네요.
Okay, let's see. See, you're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you need time under Faust's wing. At least you can fully cultivate your movement, perhaps. I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then stamped it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp, like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least I hear last words were going to be succinct. I don't know how this is pronounced. Thus we are made for foes with yet another finger in the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an office of the fingers all on our own for the first time, did we? I see it's a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro, I was fighting my ass off out here. Herr Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira. Man, don't do her so dirty. This is more like it. Won't have freaked out over a mere BB anyone long as real with clock. Don't start comparing yourself for achieving bare minimum. Those who celebrate our small and occasions don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Pride is speak not on such folly, for the joy of the compatriots is mine alone. Have you an inkling as why she might have, in her final moments, acted to demolish the door? Right, it's not like we're shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating a logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from stopping that? Come on, let's get out of here. We can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave through this room? Ishmael walked out through the door we entered through and appeared from behind us. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me this exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I'm barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to not overwhelm that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which the traverse a passage to the corridor of the one called Index Nurse Father. Across the broken door we might, however, it awaits us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's Azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Room's now locked in a loop without a starting point, no matter which door we open. Is there anything we can do? A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to a regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will approximately be between a week or 2 from the presence before we can return. That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with this food. As far as I'm aware, we should good to go for at least 3 days, thanks Rodeo, so let's... I didn't bring any snacks. It's not like we're about to walking into one of the Elcross branches or a dungeon, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we cut it open on your own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword still cleaves my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory it will slice away this time, but it'd be something recent, or one I hold dear. Oh wait, don't be so bloody rash about it. Other than me, no one but Heathcliff still remembers the person he holds in loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the sepia tempest of memory took on special precious meaning to Heathcliff, Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Ryosho's arm. Through Ryosho and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other. It was clear that Ryosho's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort anxiety of Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds be here in the week or two to get us out. Why don't we just keep the sword nicely in scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered on those doors up there? There are thousands of them. Out of questions, by doing so we'll be putting ourselves at greater risk that of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor. Okay, but we are dead meat if that brick wall of Maestro wanders right into this room. That wolf lady's last word, man. I'm seeing the red flags. It's a risky move, yeah, but I think Yoshida and her OP sword is our best move. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or two? Quite freaking out, HC. It will only be forgotten, not lost. Well, good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been fun execution clock. I looked towards the scabbard, expecting it to rattle roundly as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon revealed itself, and cut across the wall where the door used to be. And naturally, as Arash's blade cleaves through the wall, so does it Ryoshi's memories. Ah, we were really getting somewhere. The thin strand of her image, which had just begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation. But it's okay, we'll try again, so... Conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation. Don't feel too bad, as her voice faded into the gentle dark with Ryoshi's memories. So she tries to get back the memories, and there are chances that she gets to remember. Next destination. This will be the last one, I think. Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Striders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in. Any information regarding these doors holds enormous value to us. Not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to recognize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I am quite convinced that they are preparing to conflict or sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right here. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? It does feel like there isn't enough alarm in this voice, considering what she's saying, preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Was you asked to know? Ah, I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's open a secret at this point. L Corp has already fallen. W Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L Corp, the current W Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they got the military force back then, right? It's only natural that business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking, though. Who knows what the higher-ups in the companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that happened so far. Hohenheim and Faust both did not seemingly willing to discuss the subject of a looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Ryoshu memory and sword re-examined. Oh, Hohenheim results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Ryoshu sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but it could sense a definite undercurrent of her anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stop at an increasingly shorter intervals. This room might be smoker than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up glasses, gonna bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect the thing that take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I have been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It's an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the hallways and grab any peasant researchers and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Well, done already?" And to that I will answer, "Shut the fuck up." Eventually, tired of the two sinners uttering a turnaround taunting him for results, Wenheim seemed to speed up the analyzers and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Well, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the particular time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributed to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the rap here? I don't know what this is. Now, you did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I'm attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Test results. Think Yoshi would ever use known economics rate? What if something like, she's the full day unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That's not what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. How she lies as she breathes. At the moment, I might caught a glimpse of the scabbard rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost though it were giggling. Very well, then it gets right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking has been erased. That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with Manager Sauter? Effie. I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who was referring to. Pilot? Glad Miss Sauter wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. Pilot's name? That's right. That she did. Among other miscreant deleted memories are 170 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. Upon it, thus to say the memories most precious young and me have been thrown into utter destruction. Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seemed pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing the sword like that. If it were going to be sheer volume, it wouldn't be quite say it's much acceptable. It erased several days worth of memories just in a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kinda sound like an insequential memories, don't they? Greg and he forget stuff all the time. How is this any different? The seemingly insequential nature of the particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arakashi, or to be more precise, the power of Arya's ego. That's so. Yoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eye. All that remains of Arya's Yoshi's real collection is a blank space, where the fragments of her existence used to be, severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinna's Yoshu memories are to be erased, at the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Yoshi regards the scabbard with a conflict look, as though the approximate outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it a time to select the trivial memories? It wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of time when you were complimented for your cooking, it was quite precious memory, wasn't it? You've performed an inverse calculation of relics cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seemed to factor in weight for each memory then calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So, have her memories been restored? As presumption, attempts to recall or re-erase being existence have resulted in failure. That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be at a negative space, many things can still be reminiscent upon. Like Yoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into World of Sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with the plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. Golden bows. What used to be here in the pocket of white and my heart, my own one and only. Your gaze traced invisible. They are unperceivable. A few more days passed us. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sword and Pilot in recovery, did a few odd jobs here and there, and like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all loose threads tied up, we managed to finally after so long. Kinda feels like we're home again. We turned to the bus. Haha, bus, sweet bus, the chair could use a little bit more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it out there. Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Between the two individuals who were looking rather pleasant at curious astonishment, Hunham squeezed through to warn us about something to watch out for. I asked team leaders Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep dry through the door, and it will bring you right to the empty spot in the highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if any chance there is a car driving behind you, it will crash into the bus. Nuts. So, what are you doing here in the bus? Deciding to join the battle team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompanying you through them is a different matter, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making my scuba over some docks. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see you exploit the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated exception to the... right. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into long-term recovery ward. More problems stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. But then, time to the validation, I suppose. Perhaps. I've grown far too used to seeing your face. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easy as I expected. Another day of reunion must await in the future. I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring. While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well then, hey Yoshihide. What? I would say family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So, stay you live, or... You did I do that right? Acronize it into L. And call me Yoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. After a roundabout, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery kicked into place than the bus fields finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer towards a blinding radiant portal massive enough to engulf the patrol. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where were we headed next? Dante inquires about the next destination, Virgilius. Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. Matter has an answer to a question ever led us to anywhere not downright bizarre. Gave me a faint knowing smile as though confirmed Ishmael's pathetic remark. Then delivered a comment that sounded too lighthearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say that this high time we faced such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. So, we are going after all N-Corp? Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Mercer who probably had most amount of history in the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything. No departing, room. With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. And with this, very likely, the story is over. And we finished it within 5 hours. We were freaky... Okay, it took quite long. But I would say it was a nice experience. And... now we finish with buying stuff. Reward exchange. So I always go for the things here first, because they are limited. And that's why I want them. And the other ones are resources. And resources I often have too much. So that's already pretty good. The next one, the next most valuable are these. And then I get guests back here. Alright. We got this done. And I would say we were actually pretty good. Like, we had some difficulties in one of the encounters, but I'm pretty happy with the result. So guys, I will
look now for a way to send you off. YouTube, I will say already goodbye to you. Thank you for listening and for being a very, very nice listener. And I will send you now off, or better said, goodbye YouTube. And I will look for a Twitch stream where I can send you off. So